Hello,
Hey. Hello,
hello, Shikha. Hello.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm Vincent.
By mistake, I didn't update the timing because every day it was 6. I've
Yeah,
booked the link, but the thing is starting at 2 o'clock. I'm just messaging to all the participants in the WhatsApp group. So let's just give it a couple of minutes.
yeah,
I'm going asking them to join, and then we will take it forward.
sure.
Yeah. Can you see the number of participants? Is it visible to you, Shikha? You're on mute.
Yeah, I can see 8 attendees.
Okay. Let's just give it a couple of
Yeah,
minutes. Actually, I'm outside somewhere. So just let's give it 1 or 2 minutes so people can join. They generally take 1 or 2 minutes to join, anyways.
yeah.
So you are based in Gurgaon, right?
Yes, I am based out of Gurgaon.
Yeah. Today I am in Bikaner House. There is a literature festival that is going on.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, so I'm taking this development session from here only. Yeah. Slowly people are joining in. Please, faculty members, I request you to let your colleagues also know that you are joining and ask them to join also. It's a very interesting session, and all the people who have attended Shikha's session have really appreciated her sessions and asked for the PPTs and all the tools that she has shared. So it is a not to miss session. I request you all to get all your folks to join in as well. So I also know that you have some questions. I will answer your questions also. Once some more people join, I will just clear your doubts about the assessment and the attendance. So we have made it very easy for all of you to take the assessment. It is now visible to you in your group. You don't need any promo code for the assessment. You just go to Future Skills Prime, log in, sign up on Future Skills. Yes, you will get NASCOM certificates, but you will get these after a week or so. So we have changed the process a little from the earlier FDPs because the guys who, basically the faculty members who attended the earlier session said that make it a little simpler without the promo code and all. So now we have made it, we have made a closed group for you all, and assessment link is there. I have shared in the group also where you need to click to take the assessment. So I am giving you time till Sunday end of day to finish the assessment. On Monday, I will take the scores and we will give it to AICT. Attendance will be also uploaded by middle of next week. After that, you will be able to give the feedback, and then your hotel certificate can be downloaded. And NASCOM certificate also we will give you by end of the week. So by Friday, we will try to generate the NASCOM certificates also. So we have about 20 people who have joined in. Please, 1 or 2 minutes more we will take. It's to 4 to 5 we will start. If you have any questions, you can put it in the chat. And in between Shikha session also, once more people join in, I'll repeat all the instructions about the assessments and the attendance. But right now, I think I will not take much time and I'll hand it over to you, Shikha, to take the session forward. The session on online tools for learning, which I think is going to help the faculty members a lot in their daily engagement with the students. So over to you, Shikha.
Yeah, thanks, Kamna. So, hi everyone. Let me share my screen first. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Please drop in chat if you can see my screen. Okay. Thanks for the confirmation. And also keep it engaging. If you have any question related to whatever I'm covering, feel free to drop your questions in chat. I'll be happy to take those questions. So let me put it on full screen. Yeah. So hello everyone. So the topic that I will take you through today is how to use AI tools for online learning. And this is also one of my favorite topic because I also use a lot of these AI tools on a day-to-day basis to upskill myself or learn new skills. These skills can be both. One could be your technical skills, doing research about a topic, or working on your soft skills also. When I say soft skills, it means working on, let's say, your communication skills, delivery during the presentation. So I really hope that the learnings of today's session you will be able to apply immediately in your own work also on a day-to-day basis. So let's see the two main points that I will cover today. So first, I'll take you through a structured plan of how to build a smart study system using different AI tools which are available. Then I'll take you through the second and very important topic of how to use AI ethically. It is very important because when you are working on in a sector like education, it becomes very important to be transparent and be aware of what you are learning and teaching to your students. So I will spend a few minutes on this topic also related to AI ethics with respect to education domain. Now, let's do a quick check. I have few questions in between, and I would request all of you to drop your responses in chat. So this is first question that I would like all of you to answer. So drop in yes, no. Are you aware with the concept of hallucination? And if yes, can you drop one or two line on what is hallucination? So can you use chat and drop in your responses? So are you aware with the concept of hallucination? Very important with respect to the usage of AI models. You can drop yes, no. If you don't know, not an issue. Drop no. Yeah, okay. Sangeeta has responded. Thank you. So just next 1 minute, drop in basis on your own understanding. Even if you don't understand it with respect to AI, what hallucination you might think as a normal terminology. Okay. Yeah. So let me talk what is hallucination. So it is very important concept when you are using AI tools for your day-to-day task, learning something. So these AI models that I'll take you through are not 100% correct. What they might give you as a response may look grammatically and semantically correct, but actually the facts which are written in it are incorrect. So it might say that a certain event happened in 1964. So grammatically, semantically, that looks like a correct sentence or a statement. But if you do a fact check, it might happen that the number or the year that it has quoted is incorrect. So it is like it is presenting or creating or fabricating something which is not at all correct. So this is very important to understand that these AI models can also hallucinate. They are also not 100% correct. So always do a quick fact check or whatever responses that you are getting by the usage of these tools. So now let's move to our main agenda. So as I said that I'll take you through a step-by-step process of how to build a smart study system for yourself. And this I will take you as a four-step process. So the first step will be how to use these AI tools for learning. What I mean by that is the tools that I'll present you today, how you can use that as your thought partner for learning and upskilling for yours, whatever domain that you are working in. And this will be with respect to both your technical skills plus your soft skill, which covers your presentation skills. Once you have, let's say, used these tools to learn something, you have, let's say, really gone deeper into a concept, the second step will be how to use that to deliver, let's say, whatever course that you are planning to take as part of your job, whatever topic that you are going to present to your student, how you can design the content for a topic using the several AI tools which are available out there, and how you can present that topic in a structured way. So for that, I'll take you through different AI tools which you can use for creating presentations also. So this will be our second step. The third will be assessment step. Here, what we will do, we will see basis on the learnings that we have gathered, let's say first phase, or whatever content we have delivered to student. Now it is important to understand how they are performing on those topics. So we will see how we can use AI tools for creating quizzes also and doing the auto grading. The fourth phase will be a analytics phase, where let's say what we will be doing basis on the discussion summaries in different LMS portals, for example, Google Classroom or whichever platform that you are using, how to summarize the discussions which students are doing, basis on the assessments which we did in step number 3. Can we identify some of the areas where students are not performing good? So how we can create next step activities for such students. This can be for yourself also. Let's say whatever learnings you did, you assess yourself on those topics, and then basis on where you could not, let's say, do good, how you can create next learning step for yourself also. So this is the 4-step process that I'll take you through. So now let's start with the first step. The first step, as you can see, is how to use AI tools as your thought partner. So AI is not a replacement for anyone. You can think AI as a partner in thinking, which helps you reflect, brainstorm, and explore perspectives that you may miss. So it's like a group study that you can do using AI as your thought partner. And I'll take you through some of the AI tools that I also use on a day-to-day basis to enhance my skill set. So first, what I'll do, I will cover some of the coding platforms which I use. So Google Colab, GitHub Copilot are the two very popular ones. Have you guys used Google Colab or GitHub Copilot? Drop in chat if you have used, or any other software or any other AI tools apart from these two. So there are many AI tools available, like Cursor, if anyone has heard about it or used Cursor. Okay, so you can drop in any tool also, not just what I am asking. If you have not used, let me show you then what these tools are and how you can use them on a day-to-day basis to upskill yourself in coding related tasks. So let's start with the first GitHub. No, let's start with the Google Colab first. So by the name itself, you can understand this is a tool of Google. And let me show you how it works. So this is a dedicated tool which they have created for people who want to work in Python, do data analysis, data science, want to work in artificial intelligence or machine learning domain. And as you can see, they have integrated their AI model or popularly known as Gemini inside this IDE. So here if you see at the bottom, at the center, it says toggle Gemini. So this screen that you see here, you can interact with Google Colab in plain English language to give instruction to write codes. So let's say I'm interested in learning about how to use Python for data analysis or data science activities. I can just write those requirements here in plain English and it will help me do that. And if you see here, it has provided some sample prompts also to get started. First, you see, how can I install Python libraries? So these are the beginner activities, someone who's just starting to learn Python and how to use it for different examples. Then they can right away get started with some of these prompts which are suggested by Gemini. And here you see, show an example of training a simple machine learning model. So you can just click on any of these and it will help you generate the code. And not just generate the code, you can debug the code and ask Gemini to explain specific parts of the code also to you. So let's say, let's start with this. How can I, let's start with this third example. So an example of training a simple ML model. So when you click here, it will take that query and will start working behind the scene to give you the end-to-end pipeline. So you see, it has started creating those coding cells for you right away. So you see, first step is to generate synthetic data. As you know, any ML model, any data analysis task cannot be done without data. So here it has give you some sample steps on if you don't have a data of your own for now, how you can generate synthetic data on which you can work. So you see, create a simple data set and with a linear relationship between feature and target Y. So this you see, it has created that entire code for you. It has imported relevant libraries also for you. Then second step is how to split data. So all the steps which are basically there in creating a machine learning model has been presented to you here in form of a Python code by Gemini. And the best thing about is that you can run here these coding cells. So if you click here run, it will start executing. Normally, there are some other coding tools available. They can only generate the code for you, but you have to manually, let's say, copy, paste it into some IDE and then run it. But the best thing about Google Colab is you don't have to copy this code to some other software and then run it. You can just do this click here and it will run it for you. So you can see the synthetic data which it had generated. It has done a plot of that for you, which can be used using a technique called linear regression. Now, let's say you don't know about linear regression. You can ask it to explain that also. So here, if you see, it has again a prompt. So you can ask any questions that you have. Let's say what this is linear regression. What is linear regression? You can ask some questions on this. So in this way, it is like a you can think of as your peer programmer, a very popular concept in programming world, where you have someone who's working with you in debugging, understanding the code. So this here you see, I was not familiar, let's say, with linear regression, and this is what the code has generated for me. And here right away, I can ask it what it is and how it works. So this way, very handy application, this collab.research.com. Also, you don't need to install any software. It runs in your browser. So everything is managed by Google Colab for you. So this is the first tool I wanted to take you through. So very good for doing Python coding, using how to use for data analysis, machine learning tasks, and data science tasks. Now let's move to the second tool. Yeah. The second is GitHub Copilot. So let's switch to GitHub Copilot. And here also you can see GitHub Copilot, your AI pair programmer. So in the name itself, they have written that you can work with this as your pair programmer. Now, once you click it here, click on this, try Copilot now. And this is the kind of screen you will see. So very similar to how you might be interacting with other AI tools. Almost every AI tool present you with a screen like this. Now what GitHub is, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but GitHub is a very popular software where people work in really large code bases, which is shared across different teams, across multiple people working on same code base. And there are a lot of libraries which are available in GitHub. So let's say you want to understand some library. Again, let's say you're working in data analysis and data science, and you want to understand some let's say scikit-learn GitHub. So scikit-learn is a machine learning library in Python, and you want to understand about this GitHub library. So what you can do, you can just paste your repository. And here you see the kind of attachments you can provide. You can add repositories, you can add files, and ask question and answers on top of that code. So let's say you want help in understanding certain codes, understanding certain GitHub repositories. So all of that you can do through here. And it is not limited to just Python. It can work with all the programming languages like Java, C, C++, HTML. So it is not only for Python, which was the case with Google Colab. GitHub Copilot can be used for any of the programming language. So let's say you want help in what this repo does, how it can be used for data cleaning. So let's say you have certain of these questions and you want to understand how scikit-learn can help you with this requirement. So let's hit enter. And here if you see, it uses GPT-5 mini. So if you remember in the last AI tool, Google Colab that I was showing you, because it was created by Google, so it was using Gemini behind the scenes. So Gemini is the large language model or GenAI model created by Google. And here GitHub Copilot uses OpenAI's large language models and GenAI models. So here you see you have option of GPT-5. They have integrated other sophisticated coding-based GenAI models also. So here you can change which model you want to use. They have GPT 4.1, GPT 4.0, Claude also, which is a very popular by model by Anthropic. Some other models you see are disabled. They come up with a upgraded version. So if you take their premium version, you will have access to these other models also. So you see, we have now got the response that what is scikit-learn. It's a general purpose machine learning library. For data cleaning, scikit-learn provides many pre-processing building blocks like imputation, encoding, scaling, outlier detection that can be used to prepare data for modeling. And then it has given all the overview like what all functionalities are implemented. The data cleaning, which we have specifically asked in the query, it has given more details on that, how to handle missing values, categorical encoding, scaling normalization. Unless you are not familiar with these topics, you want to understand more, then you can ask follow-up questions with respect to these terminologies which are mentioned here. And as it has given a sample code also, which is this, like how to build an end-to-end pipeline for the data cleaning, like cleaning numerical, the standardization of numerical data, how to handle categorical features. So all of that has been done for you, and then it has created a simple pipeline of training test data split. Now, let's say you want to run this code. Here, as I was saying that this can just help you with understanding of the code or writing the code, but let's say you want to execute it. So you cannot do that. You will have to copy this and let's say go back to your Colab notebook. There you can paste it right away and run it and see the results. So this is how you can use these different tools for implementing different functionality and different use cases. So these are the two main tools I wanted to take you through with respect to how to learn the coding, how to build different applications using tools like Google Colab and GitHub Copilot. Anyone has used any other tool? Have you guys used Chat GPT for generating the code? Anyone tried that? You can drop in chat. You don't have to unmute yourself. Just put in chat. Have you tried anything related to this? Okay. So now let's move to the next set of tools, which are specifically for working with your research. So for that, I'll take you through these two tools, Elicit and Science Navigator. So let's go to Elicit. So by the name, you can see it's an AI tool for scientific research. So let's click on this and see what all tasks it can do for you. So you see, this is the dashboard you will get when you log into Elicit. And here you can see the prompt it has written or the instruction it has provided that you can ask a research question to generate a structured research report. So let's say you have a research question in mind. You want to generate some report for that. So you can do that through here. Here, let's say you want to chat with a paper. So what you can do, you can upload a paper and ask and do a quick Q&A on that. If you want to find paper, so you see inside the tools section, it has provided you these three options. Find paper, paper chat means upload a paper or a set of paper. and do a Q&A on that. And then third is extract data. So from the library or the uploaded resource, you can extract certain information. And then workflow, which is your generating end-to-end research report. So let's start with, let's say, find reports, and you want to find papers. And let's say you want to find papers with respect to some, let's say, AI in education sector. You want to find latest research paper on this. And if you see here, it gives you some suggestions on how to improve your prompt. So I've just written this, but it can give you more versions of prompt, which might lead to better result. So here specificity, that what is the impact of adaptive AI powered learning platform on student academic performance in secondary mathematics education. Some intervention focus based from you can do comparative approach. So it has given you three options which you can try out instead of just writing this AI in education. So this is part of your prompt engineering. So let's say I click on specificity and then I click on enter. Then it will start working behind the scene to find out the relevant papers to this topic. And here you can see it has come up with a list of 10 papers. So this is the first paper published along with the date of publications, full text if you want to read. And the main thing to notice is the summary. So what it has done, along with the entire paper, it has generated a crisp summary also, which you can quickly read and see if you want to read this entire paper or not. So you see the 4 to 5 line of summary, you can read and understand, is this paper of importance to you or not. So you can click on a specific paper also, and here on the right hand side, you get the paper details. So similarly here, you see if I scroll down, for every paper, it has generated a summary, and then in the result detail, it has given you the relevant information from that paper. And it gives you explanations also for the specific terms which are written here. So in this way, this is a very interactive way of talking to these people, understanding what it is. And if you have some questions, you can do a Q&A also on top of it using the tools provided in elicit.com. So if I go back and let's say now I want to work on a research report. So here are some options provided here. If let's say you just want to try out like how the workflow or the step-by-step execution looks like, you can first let's say select any topic. So let's say you click here and then enter. So here you see it has first in the right hand side, if you see, it gathered 497 resources relevant to the topic that we had given. Then it did a quick screening, and then it extracted 200 data points. And then if you see, it has generated a PDF on this particular topic, which uses the screened sources. And if you want to, let's say, go through those sources, you can click on the details and it will give you all the information related to that. So this is how you can try out Elicit for learning from the recent research papers published on a topic that you are interested in. So this is one of the tools. There are other tools also, Science Navigator. So this is also something similar. So this is also your all-in-one research AI. Here also you can ask a specific question related to a specific topic. And here it also have the general Q&A you want to do. Try Sciencepedia, explore visible and reliable sciences. So if you remember, I was saying that hallucination is a problem while using AI tool. Reliability of the resource from which it is constructing the information is very important. So here you see this particular tool explores only reliable sources to come up with the responses to your query. So here you see, it has provided you some starter questions also. For example, what are the directions for quantum computing algorithm? So let's say you have interest in quantum computing, so you might want to explore this particular topic. If you remember, you're working in data analysis, so what is the role of data analysis in research? So you can research and find topics or research papers we published recently on this particular prompt. So let's say you click here, what are the directions for quantum computing algorithm, and hit enter. Let me refresh. So let me log in with another one. So I already have account with this one. So let's try. So let's try this question and turn enter. So it has started doing the research for you. First, it says it understood the question and identified the research direction. Then it has delved deeper into the different research articles that it could find. And then it has started generating the entire report. So in this way, you can see there are a lot of tools available to upskill yourself or learn new skills from different domains also. Let's say you are from data, you want to understand more about chip design. So you can do that. You are, let's say, in chip design and want to understand how the different aspects of data analysis work. So you can see there are so many tools are available out there which can help you achieve any of your goals that you have with respect to learning in your mind. Yeah, so let's go back to slides now. Yeah. So these tools that I just showed you are related to upskilling, learning something with respect to technical knowledge. But let's say you want to work on your soft skills, for example, your presentation skills, communication skills, which is very important in today's world. So there are multiple AI tools available for that also. And I'll take you through one such tool, which is called Udly.ai. So if I show you. So Udly interactive role plays. So this is the headline. And when you, let's say, click on the website and log in with your Google or Gmail. So this is the kind of interface you will see. And here you see in the address bar, it says practice speech. So this is with respect to working on your delivery and communication skills. So if I click here, practice, you see it provides you option with role play. You want to work on your presentation skills, you want to work on your interview. So these are the kind of tasks you can do using Udly AI. And it provides you 5 such interactions free. So it is not completely free. Here you can see with the free plan, you can have 5 interactions with Udly. And it gives you a really good and nice feedback on the tone that you have when working or delivering any presentation. It also looks at different components. As you can see here, you need to provide access to your microphone and video. So it will look at your facial expressions also, which is very important when you are delivering face-to-face communication or online communication, or let's say you are on an interview. So both your audio and your facial expressions matter. So it analyzes both of those aspects and gives you very detailed feedback on what you can work on. If you don't want to, let's say, use Udly.ai, which is a very specialized tool for practicing your presentation, interview, role play, you can actually use ChatGPT also in some way. Here, if you see, you have, when you log into ChatGPT, you see this voice mode. So you have this option. And when you click it here, so what you can do, you can ask this voice mode to act as your voice coach on helping you with delivery of content, any upcoming presentation that you have, or let's say you're practicing for any interview also. So here with the voice commands, you can give to ChatGPT and ask it to act as your voice coach also. So this is also something you can use here, but Udly is a specialized tool for that, and ChatGPT, as you know, can do almost everything, but it is not a specialized tool for working on your presentation, role play, or interview type of task. But it's still a very handy tool that you can quickly try out. So let's go back. Yeah, so these are some of the tools I wanted to take you through, which you can use in your learning phase to learn new topics with respect to, it can be a coding or learning about some new subject or working on your soft skills. And I provided some sample prompts also, which you can use, let's say in Google Colab, let's say you're working with GitHub Copilot. When you're working with deep research, so for academic research, what kind of prompts you can write in the text box of these AI tools. OpenAI or your ChatGPT also has this deep research mode on, so you can try that also. So if I show you in ChatGPT, they have this deep research mode. See this deep research. So, but this is something limited. You see, in a month, they provide you some n number of research which you can do with this. Here it will do end-to-end analysis of your user query, and then we'll go back again, do the searching of the research publication, and then it will provide you with the response. But these are very limited number of interactions, which is provided by the free version of GPT. Okay, so we have finished the first step, which is your learning phase, how to use AI as thought partner for upskilling. Now we will move to the second part, which is how to design the content for, let's say, an upcoming course which you are going to take, and you want to structure your content for that. You want to research the content so that you can present it in a classroom to your student, and also how to design presentations using the AI tools. Anyone has any question, feel free to drop that in chat. So if let's move now with the goal for the second phase of the content design and delivery. So whenever you are working on something, you will have a goal in mind that, okay, I have to take a 1 week module which I want to implement, and it should include, let's say, 3 measurable outcomes. Then within this 1 week, there will be a 90-minute live session, which I will have to take. There will be 2 async activities, OER reading, and 1 graded assessment that I will have to create. And also, whatever content that I'm creating should have accessibility considerations for all components. So let's say with this goal in mind and what all of these things that I want to be part of the planning that I'm planning to have, what tools and processes we can use to achieve this goal. So first, I'll take you through Perplexity, which I'll show you how you can use for sourcing OER resources or open educational resources. And then I'll take you through ChatGPT for template-driven approach for achieving consistency. So here I'll show you now a set of prompts which we are going to be using in both Perplexity and ChatGPT. And if you see here in the goal, I had mentioned Bloom's apply, analyze. So if you are not aware, I have put this quick like Bloom's taxonomy. So you can read. So it has these 6 tags like remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So whatever learnings or the content design that you are doing should fall into any of these 6 categories. Now, before I begin, I have a quick question for all of you. Can you tell me Perplexity, which I just mentioned I will be using as an AI tool, is an AI search engine or a large language model? So you can just drop in chat that what do you think? Is it a LLM or a AI search engine? So use chat. If you don't know, no worries. Just say that you don't know. Not an issue. Yeah, I got a response. Thank you, Vadi. Others, what do you think? Is it LLM, AI search engine, or none of these? So I'm getting a response, LLM. Okay. Yeah, so I'll show you what it is. Is it a LLM or AI search engine? In the hands-on demo that I'll just show you now. So let's to the next slide. And let me show you some of the prompts that I'm going to be using for the objective or the goal we just discussed in the last slide. So to achieve this goal that I have here, creating this 1 week module, which should include all of this, how different set of prompts can be used, which we will use inside Perplexity and ChatGPT. So the first step is to use Perplexity. Here you see I will be using this first prompt here, where what I'm essentially doing, I'm asking Perplexity to find 8 to 10 topics related sources. And then I'm saying that prefer that it can be from NPTEL, scikit-learn document. So the topic that you see here is a placeholder. So recent sources on topic. So this can be any topic which you are working on. So I'll show you how you can write a topic description when I'll work on Perplexity. And here you see I provided some instructions that the output that you give me should be in a tabular format. And if you notice this line, very important, exclude personal blogs, unverifiable sites, mark which are OER. This is very important because the content that you are going to be, let's say, presenting in a class should be authentic and taken from right sources. It shouldn't come from anyone's personal blog or unverifiable sites because internet is filled with all sorts of information. Not everything which is written in blogs, some website is correct. That's why you see I provided this constraint that prefer NPTEL, scikit-learn document, university pages, textbook pages, for coming up with the recent sources on the topic that I will be writing. So let's first write this prompt in Perplexity. So let's open Perplexity AI. And I had asked all of you this question. Is it a LLM or a AI powered search engine? So you can see it's actually a free AI powered answer engine. So it is not a LLM, and I'll show you why it is not a LLM. It's like a search engine, and Perplexity.ai you can think of as a competitor for Google search. It doesn't have a model of its own. And if you see here, it provides you an option to choose a model. And here you can choose any of these LLM or GenAI model. And it has OpenAI's GPT model. It has Anthropic's cloud model. It uses Google's Gemini. So you see all these models which are actually the competitor of each other is what you can select inside Perplexity. So basically Perplexity just synthesizes the result, but behind the scene, it is using models provided by these different companies. So Perplexity is not a LLM. It's actually, you can think of as an AI powered Q&A engine or search engine, similar to Google search. So now let's first paste this prompt here. And here what you see in the square brackets is what we need to provide. So this is actually is the data pre-processing as a topic what I am interested in. So let's say I have to deliver a lecture or module on data pre-processing in data analytics, which is, let's say, I want to deliver topics related to missing data, outlier encoding, scaling, leakage. So this is what I want. Perplexity is helping. So let's hit enter. So you see, first it is doing all the searches and have presented to you the response in the desired format. So if you see, I have asked return a table with title, link, year, license, one line on why to use it. So you see, it has given me with resources, lecture 9, introduction to data pre-processing, taken from NPTEL IIT Bombay. It has provided me the link of this resource also, when year, should I use it or not. Then lecture 36. So in this way, whatever content it has given me, it has provided the relevant link, which I can go back and check to see if it is coming from a reliable resource or not. And if I show you the links, so it provides you all the links here, which it has scanned behind the scenes to come up with the results. And it also gives you this 2 steps completed. So if you click here, so first it did a search on these topics. Here you see whatever query I had given, it extracted some phrases on which it should do the query. And after that, it used LLMs to actually analyze that and come up with these tables. So this is the two-step process which Perplexity has done behind the scenes for us. Now that we have got these topics, let's use the second prompt inside Perplexity. So the advantage of using Perplexity for this is that it gives you all the links and the resources. So verifiability is very easy in case of Perplexity. So when you are researching about some content that for which authenticity matters a lot, so Perplexity is a good tool which you can do that. So now let's go back to Perplexity. And this is the second prompt now we are writing. And what it's a follow-up prompt, as you can see, that from the sources above, produce one-page teacher brief. You can change it. Let's say you want a two-page teacher brief on the topic. So the topic will be the same. The data pre-processing in data analytics. And the sections that you want in the two-page teacher brief that you are asking it to create, it should have key ideas, common pitfalls, do don't checklist, and 3 short example. And very important, every claim must have an inline citation for the verifiability aspect. And you are saying that link it to exact source. If a point lacks a source, do not include it. So these are all the constraints I have put in this prompt. Now let's hit enter. And you see it has started generating the content for you. It has put the key ideas here, like what is data pre-processing? It's like a critical step in the data analytics pipeline. And it is putting, if you see all these citations also here, then it is giving you pointers on some of the common pitfalls, some do don't checklist, as we have mentioned in the prompt. 3 short examples like imputing missing values in healthcare data. So how to do this in case of different type of data that you might be handling. One hot encoding for categorical variables. So basis on the different type of data, different types of missing value imputation is done. So how to handle a categorical value, it has given that as an example too. And preventing leakage with feature scaling. So it has given 3 examples as we had asked to do that in the prompt we wrote. Now references, if you see, all are direct, institutional or OER link. So it has given all the links from which it has fetched data to create the 2-pager brief for us. Now as a next step, you can click here, export. You can export it as a PDF, Markdown, docx. So let's say you want to do some editing of your own also in this. You can download it as docx. Let's say you are fine, you can click on PDF and it will export this as a PDF for you. So you see, this is the PDF which it has generated with all the content we had asked. And if you at the end also, it has provided us with all the resources which it has used. So this is how you can generate the material for any upcoming course or session that you are going to be taking. So this was the first step. Now if I go back, we have to actually prepare the content in this deliverable format. So to generate this delivery, we can now use ChatGPT. So in ChatGPT, these are the 3 prompts I will be using. So let me copy this and open ChatGPT. So this is the fresh chat window I have opened here. And I will first start with giving a persona to ChatGPT so that it understands that what is its role. So the role, as you can see here, is I provided as you are a higher educational designer for India, familiar with NIC, privacy, and whatever I have written here in these square brackets. These you can change as per your requirement. Then to provide information on who's going to be your audience, which LMS you are using, any constraint if you have, output style. So with this, let's hit enter. So this is just to provide the persona to the AI model that we are interacting with, which is in this case is GPT model from OpenAI. So you see, thanks, I have your role, audience, constraints, and output style. What specific task you would like me to produce with this setup? So here now we'll paste our next prompt. So this says write 4 measurable learning outcomes for topic. So the topic is same, this one. Data, pre-processing in data analytics. And we wanted to follow Bloom's apply, analyze, and map each learning outcome to a course outcome tag. So let's hit enter. So you see, it has created 4 learning outcomes. What is the Bloom level it is connected to? What is the CO tag? And what evidence or assessment should be done? So now that we have these learning outcome table, the last prompt that now I will write is this, the final session plan that we want to do. So this final prompt will now actually use the learning outcome which we have, which is this table. So let's paste this. And the content that we generated using Perplexity. So basically, it needs to map the content we have from Perplexity to this learning outcome table. And then we have given all the requirements on create a 90-minute live plan split into 10 to 15-minute segments on activate, teach, practice, reflect, plus 2 asynchronous activity with time estimates. And the output should look like this table, segment, minute purpose, what to show to tool, and then finally list 2 async tasks, bullets 2 to 3 line each. Now we need to paste the slide outline or the content which we generated. So you can upload this also as a PDF, or you can just simply paste the entire content which we had generated from Perplexity. So as an input, I have provided this learning outcome table and the content we generated from Perplexity. So let's hit enter. So this is the 90-minute live plan. It has started to generate. So see, starting with activate prior knowledge, what makes data messy, purpose, what tools to use, what to show to, teach missing data and outlier, practice mini cleaning task where you can use a small 20-row CSV file. This is the tool that you can use. So it's like a 90-minute plan that it has created for you with different segments. And it has also give you these asynchronous activities that you can do, build mini pipelines. Second could be data set audit sheet. So all of this, what you can do, let's say this table, you can copy from here, copy table, and paste it, let's say in a Google sheet. and share it with your students. So you see, it takes the format and paste it as table here inside your Google Sheet. So this is how you can create the structured plan of the course that you are planning to have with the specific goals that you have in mind. So with some tweaks, you can change, let's say the timing is different, the topic is different. So all the placeholders that you see in the prompt can be changed and the output will change accordingly. So now let's go back to the slide. Yeah, so this was the content design, how you can design the content for any of the courses. Now the next thing will be to create the presentation. So there are really nice AI tools available these days to work on the presentation. Before it used to take hours to come up with few slides, but with tools like Gamma, which is very popular these days, or Canva, in few minutes you can create slides for any of the let's say text information that you have available with you. So you can just paste the text that you got in the PDF using Perplexity in tools like Gamma and can get slides within few minutes. Anyone have used this Gamma for their presentation generation or any other task or any different AI tool for presentation generation? So are you using still, let's say, Microsoft's PowerPoint? Okay, let me just give you then a quick demo of how you can use Gamma for coming up with the presentations for any of the topic. So let me show you Gamma. So you can see you can create different things using Gamma, and for that you need to first click here, create new, and then let's say whatever text we generated using Perplexity for the course of data pre-processing, we use this as an option, paste in text. Then it gives you options like what do you want to create using the text. You want to create presentation, web pages, document, or some social media content. So let's stick to the presentation for now. And whatever content we have got here from Perplexity in the PDF, let's copy this and paste it here. And then it says, what do you want to do with the content? So we can click here, like generate from notes or an outline, and click on this, continue to prompt editor. And then here it says and gives us some option like how much text you want to be in your presentation slides. Write it for, it gives you option like K-12 and early college teacher preparing a 2-page brief for classroom instruction. So you see it has given some additional information so that the presentation can be customized for education sector. How the tone you want it to be, clear, concise, American English. So it has given you different options and all of these are editable. So you can edit the tone. You can make changes here also. Let's say it says for a high school student or college student. So all of those information, you can write it here. Then how you want visuals to be. And so there are different styles which are available here. It will also generate the images also inside your presentation. So you can select what type of images you want, what type of structure you want, abstract, 3D. So all of those options are available here, which you can choose as per your requirement. So now let's click generate. And also there's a limit with the free version. You can generate up to 10 slides with the free version. So I have clicked on generating. You see in the real time, it has started doing the processing and it is creating slides for you. It is generating icons also basis on the concept it is explaining. You see all the theory concept which we have provided. It is creating the structured slides for you. So now let's quickly go through these slides one by one. So you see data pre-processing and data analytics. It starts with what is data pre-processing, key concept, missing data outliers, scaling encoding, common pitfalls to avoid, do, don't checklist, example imputing missing values in healthcare, problem, solutions, outcome, one hot encoding, preventing leakage, step by step how to do that, why this matters. So key takeaway and references. And let's say whatever you see here is also editable. If you're not happy with something, you can make edits. So every component which you see here is editable. You can regenerate images also. So all of that is possible through Gamma. And let's say once you are fine, you like this, you can export it as, let's say, PDF, PowerPoint, Google Slides. So you can do any of like format you are interested in. Once you, let's say, click on let's say Power PDF or PowerPoint, it will download that in your system. So very handy tool, Gamma, which you can try. There are others also like presentations.ai. So feel free to try and see which one gives you the better visualization and better presentations for your task. This is the PDF version we have got. Now let's quickly go to next two sections. Yeah, slide generation we have seen. Now the third phase is assessment phase. So here we will see how to generate quizzes using AI tools to do the assessment. So in learning phase, you have done the learning. In second phase, you have delivered the content to your students. So you can create assessment exercises for both, for yourself and for your student. So let's see how to do that. Here, there are different tools available. ChatGPT is a very popular one for this. Quizy is a specialized AI tool which you can try for this. I'll start first with ChatGPT and let's see how to use this prompt to generate the quizzes for a specific content that you have delivered. So let's use this prompt. Let me close this. Now, in the same chat, you can paste this. So from this reading or from the above, you can refer it as from the above reading on So what you're doing, basis on the content which we had provided in the same chat, create 5 items, 2 MCQs with misconception-based distractors, 1 numeric question. Then you are asking it to create 1 scenario-based short answer, and then 1 interpret the graph. Now, let's say if you are doing it for yourself, then don't provide that provide answer key, because you will know the answer. But let's say you are doing it for students, then you can put this row here, like provide answer key and a 4x4 rubric for short scenario. So let's hit enter here. So this is a standard prompt you can use. You can change, like if you want 10 items, let's say 5 MCQs, 2 numeric, 2 scenario short answer. So you can make all of those changes accordingly. So as it has started giving you the responses. So first MCQ is this: missing data, misconception, dropping rows is always safer. If you see, we have asked for some misconception based distractors. So questions on that. So this is exactly what it has done. So where people have some misconception and you want to see if your student or you as yourself have you been able to understand these misconceptions correctly. So here you have these 4 options for this question, and again the correct answer is also given, and it is supported by Scikit-learn, OpenInto, and Google MNCC. The second question, where let's say people have a lot of confusion and misconception, is scaling. So all models require scaling. Is this true or not? So here you see it has provided a question and 4 answers on it, and the answer is C. The third, if you see, it was a numerical question which students have to solve or provide an option. So it says a numerical feature has this mean standard deviation. So compute the standard value. So there are some numerical computation students need to do. The third is a scenario-based question that you receive a data set, describe 3 processing steps they should do. So it will be like students will have to write information step by step for this particular scenario which you have provided in the question. And the fifth is interpret the graph. Let's say you provide a box plot and ask them to look at that box plot and basis on that answer certain questions. So in this way, this is how you can generate different types of questions for a reading task, or let's say a course that you have developed and delivered to your student. It has separate answer key also, and the rubric of how to actually judge your students for scenario and short answer, because in MCQs it is easy, like whatever option they have provided, basis that you can judge them. But when it comes to scenario or short answers, it has provided criteria on how to judge someone, whom to give a score of 4, 3, 2, 1, and these are the criteria. Also, let's say if you want help with, let's say, the box plot, so you can say, can you generate the graphics for this? So the question that you are going to ask to students, you can ask GPT to generate the box plot also. So this is how you can take help of ChatGPT to do the quiz generation. Now I'll take you through this one specialized tool which you can use. Quizy is one. So this is actually specifically an AI tool created for assisting teachers and generating resources. You see, ChatGPT has generated box plot, so you can download it and attach in the quiz, which let's say you are going to share with the students. So Quizy, now also known as Background, is what you can use And here it provides you these options: create a resource, search for resources, upload and enhance your content. So let's start with create. Click on this. I can see it provides you these 5 options. The one we are interested in is this assessment. So if we click here, it says how you want to create a quiz, import from worksheet questions, create from scratch, generate with AI. So let's create on generate with AI. So here you can quickly provide document a prompt which you have. So let's use this. Let's just ask quiz on data pre-processing in data analytics. So here we have written this topic on which we want to generate the quizzes, number of questions you are interested in, let's say 10. Then you can select the grades. So you have till professional development, mathematics subject which you are teaching. So let's hit enter or continue. Then it comes up with some subtopics, like if you have any specific subtopic from this, you can select that. Let's say data cleaning, handling missing values. And then you click on generate quiz. So you see it has generated 10 questions. And it also provides the option that you want to delete this question, you can do that. You want to edit it, so you can edit this question also. So what is primary goal of data cleaning? So everything which you see here is editable again, so you can make changes. Then there are 4 answers, 4 options provided. It also gives you which is the right one. So let's say you want to change one of the options, everything is editable here. So then this is how you can make changes in the quizzes. So all the 10 questions are here and you can decide accordingly if any question needs any editing or not. And these questions, once let's say you finalize, you can share with students and you get a report back which looks like this. It will be in an Excel format. So if I select here, this is the kind of Excel actually you get. So let's say you had created a quiz on 5 questions like this. So this is the first question, second, third, fourth, fifth. The first 2 were multiple choices. Third, fourth, fifth was open-ended. Then you get the students, like what was the response provided by your student. Predictive analytics was, let's say, provided as an answer. So for this MCQ, this person did not attempt this question. So then this person attempted but couldn't answer. So it wrote don't know. So basically for every student you get information. You also get participants data. What was the answer they provided. So in this way, detailed feedback sheet you get once you have shared and your students have responded on these questions. So this is how you can do the assessment using different AI tools available out there. Now the last thing to do is to do the analytics. This is the last step because whatever we have done in 3 steps, now we want to see how the response looks like. Based on the assessment, we want to see are student able to understand the concepts or not. Is there some confusion which they have, on which you need to create some follow-up items, some reading material which you need to provide to them. So this is all what you can do in the analytics phase, where you can summarize the student discussions which, let's say, happened in any Google Classroom, or let's say the Excel that you got from the quizzes. You can upload those results in different AI tools to understand that which topic the students are struggling with. So let me do a quick demo on that. So I'll upload a JSON for one of the discussion, let's say, which happened. So Google Classroom provides you an option to export all the classroom discussions. So let me give you a demo of that. So this is how the discussion looks like, and whatever students write usually comes in the text portion. I think we should normalize first. So these are some of the discussion which they had done in the classroom. So you, let's say, don't want to manually go through all of this. What you can do, you can just paste this in, let's say, ChatGPT, and ask ask it to summarize it for you. And I provided a sample prompt also. So this is the prompt. So let me paste it here. It says summarize these posts into themes, misconception, a 15-minute practice task, and write a supportive 120-word announcement. So let's hit enter. So these are the findings it has given to us, that these are the themes of discussion, some misconceptions. So people or students are confused with scaling before splitting, using label encoder, believing EDA equals data cleaning. So these are the some misconceptions, confusion came from the discussion which students are having. So some 15-minute practice tasks it has created, and a quick 120-word supportive announcement, which you can post in the group. So this is how you can do the assessment of all the conversation. And what you can do, you can, let's say, dump these questions or responses also, and ask them to identify key focus areas from data pre-processing, which you should provide additional reading material. So this is how you can do all the discussion summaries of the and generate learning insights. Now quickly, I'll move to this responsible AI section. So as I told you that no AI is 100% accurate. So always do a fact check. Use Perplexity or Google Scholar for source citation. Privacy protection is must. Never use student PII information in AI prompts. Use anonymized content only. Do a proper attribution. Cite all resources. Add credits where it is needed. Make sure accessibility standards are in place to make content reachable. Academic integrity is very important. So AI is okay for ideas, outline, and practices. It is not allowed for proctored tests. So always clearly disclose where AI is allowed to be used and where not. And look at the AI detector usage. Even AI detector tools are not 100% reliable. So don't base your judgment on their result. Ask students to maintain the version and history of prompt. Conduct short viva on the results that they have given to you. So some brief on the guidelines. Okay, so this is the content I had to present to all of you. If any question, feel free to ask. Yeah, PPT, I think, yeah, will be provided after the session.
Yes, I will be sharing the PPT with all of you on Monday. So I'll be doing that on Monday. Thank you so much, Shikha. Thank you for that session. I think I'm sure it was very, very helpful for all the faculty members, as always. And thank you so much for joining us. We'll be getting you back for your next session in the next cohort, which is December 1 to 6. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Kamla. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Goodbye.
And before I welcome our next expert, Srijit Nair, I'd like to just repeat some of the housekeeping instructions. So you all have we've made the process of assessment very simple. You just have to go to Future Skills Prime, go to your group, and there you will see the link to the assessment. And you just need to take the assessment. I've shared the screenshot also on the group. Also, your attendance will be updated by next week. I know it is not updated right now, but latest by Tuesday or Wednesday, it will be updated. Also, your scores will be updated by Tuesday or Wednesday, and you will be able to download your certificates after that, maybe by Wednesday, Thursday, because we send it to AICT and they need to then upload it. So I think we should be able to do all of that by Tuesday, Wednesday. So you should be able to get your you can fill the feedback on Atal, say by Thursday, and then by Friday, I think you'll be able to get your certificates. So I hope that makes it clear. In case if you have any issues, then you please share a screenshot with support at futureskillsprime.in and you can mark me a copy. And with that, I'll hand it over to our next trainer, Srijit Nair. Welcome, Srijit. Welcome to this session today of the AICT sponsored online faculty development program.
Thank you, Gamna. Hi, hello everyone.
You know him. He's already taken one session with you where he shared a lot of tips. And I'm happy to have him back for his next session. And I'll request you to engage and interact with him and learn as much as you can because, as you already know, it's about doing that. When you use the tools, that's when you learn how to best use the tools. So over to you, Srijit.
Thank you, Gamna. And welcome everyone. I believe a good use of Saturday is happening. And there's, say, whenever I'm joining in, there's no break for a person. It's back-to-back schedule. I would like to just give you 1 or 2 minutes so that you can also interact. What exactly, since it is for LinkedIn, Uh, what exactly is your expectation? Resume writing, LinkedIn. I would like to hear from you. It will also give you 1 or 2 minute much required break to get out of one learning and to focus on another. So what are your expectations for this? Any specific, anybody has? Because resumes, why exactly would you like to learn more about using generative AI for resumes? And how comfortable are you with LinkedIn? Or what exactly is it that, apart from the ongoing, what you're doing, would like to explore more? Okay. So am I audible? Can't see any response on chat, or I'm audible, right? Okay, I'm audible. I'm getting a response. LinkedIn for networking and people with domain from the same domain field. Okay, that's good. I'll cover that particular thing. Thank you, Vishwajit ji. So I believe I should start. Meanwhile, if somebody has anything to write on chat, I'll be just getting back to it. Let me share my PowerPoint. It's visible, right? So again, just to warm up, I would like to take you through the why first. Why in this era, since resume is something which is not new to any of us. LinkedIn, we already may have decided whether to use it for our academic pursuits or no, and would be following it. But what has changed in last 1 year? Because of which you would be requiring a lot more of know-how on how generative AI needs to be used. That being the question. So it's the entire industry is evolving and much rapid pace of development has started post AI has been introduced. Lot of people who has been focusing more on LinkedIn, less on domain have unfortunately more presence on all job platforms and are one of the top hires as of now. So that is something that is alarming and disruptive that is happening in this era. Yet people with good solid base and domain skills who have not been able to use these kind of tools, they may be lagging behind a bit previously, but now the gap is alarmingly high. You can't say, since lot of resume pickup, the HR profiling, everything is getting automated. Now there are systems which automatically tracks how the resume is being selected, and without the proper know-how, if a person, say me with uh, regular resume with better domain specific skills, might not have been able to get uh, highlighted in lot of AI related, HR related companies HRs, that is. So that being one, there are other reasons as well. Just let me take you through. So one of the first reasons that we need to focus on Gen AI for resumes and LinkedIn is for students' employability itself. So a faculty has always been a guide when it comes to leading students to understand what exactly is that the industry wants, how to update, how to guide, also to focus on what are their strengths, those strengths being visible when it comes to resumes, and most wonderful, the new age thing of applicant tracking systems. We call it ATS. ATS is how most HRs screen through, say, the 200 or 500 resumes they receive for a job. There is a system that is automated that tracks through all the systems, screens them, and provides you the best of the lot so that the screening process is considerably reduced. So when ATS optimized resumes are there, the opportunity for a student increases and their employability options also increases. So that is the reason that for students' employability, we need to ensure that as a faculty, we are able to guide. Then comes professional branding itself. See, it's a lot of you might have be having decades of experience, 2 to 3 decades, and say 50, 20, 50, 100 publications. When it comes to our own resumes as of now, it might be, say, one of my very good uh, faculty friend who's a faculty member. I just went through the resume. It was 35 pages. This guy is a hard worker and he had 35 pages. But trust me, on the second look, nobody would have bothered to go through all the 35 pages. And in between, like the lot of technicalities, say a person from an engineering background and an HR from an MBA background, going through 35 pages and understanding what is the depth that a person has, it becomes really tough because the first layer of screening is not happening from a domain expert of our field. So, in those cases, how to reduce it to specific things, that is simplifying it down. Your detailed LinkedIn profile can have all the details, all the publications. Somebody can just refer to it if they are interested in you. But your first level of contact, that is your resume, should be 1 to 2 pages, well branded. It should be showing that you have 50 plus publications, but you don't need to mention the name of all the 50 plus publications. 1 or 2 or 3 that has led to some very tangible outcome that you can mention, highlight, but not much of it. So such professional branding so that a person, non-domain expert person, can also look at it, understand, and see the value in what you bring to the table. So such, say, developing yourself as faculty members, as professionals, and going and ensuring that you have a international touch, not only national touch, but international reach as well. So these days, I have seen a lot of people say in India, lot of academicians from outside are interested just because of the sheer numbers that we get to interact with. Especially from tier two to tier three cities, there are a lot of collaborations happening, not only at a national level with national partners, but at an international level where you can work with them for based on the data coming from your particular initiative or an idea at a local level, an innovation at a local level. And collaborate with somebody who's an industry expert. It's very easy to reach out to, as Vishwajit ji initially said, one aspect that how to ensure outreach. So those kind of outreach happens when you have a particular branding option, well polished uh, uh, profile of yours, and that profile attracts a lot of international views. And I'll get to how it can be done, but that's how the professional branding happens, and that leads to industry experts invitation to collaborate. Speaking opportunities will come, so such lot of doors open up when you have that visibility online now. And once say a institution that is focusing on say even 5 or 7 or 10 um, faculty members from a particular institution who have a visible uh, presence online, who regularly interact with industries and are asked to be speakers somewhere. The placement opportunities of that institution itself rises just because of the sheer number of industry connects that the faculty leads to. Other thing is that your own recognition as somebody who not only is a very good academician, but somebody who collaborates, innovates, and are in connect with an industry that leads to employability of the student. So that narrative also comes up when you are looking at uh, generative AI, and that leads to the entire institution's visibility. So somebody who as a leader, say one of you might be at a leadership position, who would be looking at how to support the entire ecosystem, build the entire system of ecosystem of an institution. So for people like those leaders, it becomes absolutely essential that the faculty is also quite visible. Another aspect is that faculties even at a new batch, whenever a new batch starts, whosoever are the faculty, the students would like to visit the LinkedIn profile, search them online. Most probably, if they have a LinkedIn account, go through the LinkedIn account, see how the teachers are doing, what has been the experience, what has been the kind of publications, and the students are almost ready with whatever are the areas of interest to have more constructive interactions with the faculty. So that is the first base as of now has also shifted with people Googling about the person that would be teaching the student for a set number of years. So another aspect is keeping pace with AI and industry tools. So the evolution is happening at such a rate that you need to be constantly updating yourself. Otherwise, even how the quality or the kind of delta that is created, it will take you a longer time to update yourself if you are not keeping in pace. And to sum up, overall lifelong career growth is something that everybody needs to evolve, and a lot of opportunities are coming up. Consultancy, research funding, institutional collaborations. So these are aspects for which continuous lifelong career growth is required. The barrier between, say, a tier two faculty and tier one faculty and tier three city faculty, that used to be very much visible whenever, say, previously 10 years down the lane, if you are interacting with tier two city institutions and faculties from them to tier one. But now the gap is reducing because technology as a leverage is helping everyone with it. So no matter where you are with a particular, say with using Gen AI and internet, now you can also have a lifelong career growth option with national, international opportunities coming to you wherever you are working from. So those are the reasons why I think the why is pretty much clear for everyone. And for somebody, Venu ji had said exam timings. Okay, that would be a different question to Kamna ji. So, I think the why is set up. Now I'll move on to the resume part. So, what makes for a good resume? That is the question we will be looking at here. On the left, we have shared a example of, say, a minimalist, yet section-wise, well laid out resume. So I'll use the particular, this is for reference. I'll just say what all you can see in this. This resume has a clear and simple layout. So something that can you read this in 10 seconds? Just glance through, just spend 10 seconds, glance through it. You will find that within 10 seconds, you have a basic understanding of who the person is. I hope some of you spent those 10 seconds glancing through it, and you might have realized that it's pretty easy, and that is that 10 seconds and what it does to a person who's not coming from your technical background, and the value that it can generate, that's immense. So that's why that clear and simple layout is an absolute must. Then second aspect comes that 1 to 2 pages with consistent fonts and spacing, absolutely must. So what happens is that there are resumes that over the years, say, I started with one resume. That is how my journey also started. I started with one resume, and for that particular resume, I spent around 500, 700 bucks to go to a person who was considered a expert with resume making in our area. I had to wait 2 days and then get a resume. But once I got the resume, my chances of getting called for an interview immediately increased. But over the year, what I did is that I started editing, like one more area of experience I added, another skill that I have learned I added. But later on, what happened is that since I had edited the document multiple times, there were multiple fonts and there were gappings. So when it was printed out, and I was not printing it out, emails normally we used to share with. So somebody said that he can't use just spend some time and have it structured in a proper way. So that is giving us a very bad impression about you. And I just printed it out and I looked at it and could see what the person was talking about. And I edited and I've been consistent in ensuring that the font and layout, as well as the spacing, everything is looked at. So that's another very important, very small but very important feedback. Then it comes to starting, it should have a professional summary and not an objective. So absolute must. One particular error that I made with my resume while I first started is that I was not even aware that either a summary or a objective is required. So my first resume had objective. Objective, I believe it was like to learn more, to be consistent and evolve with the industry, whatever it was. But it was not sharing anything to the recruiter about who I am as a person, how I evolve. So that should be the summary aspect. Say here, the summary says result-oriented mechanical and mechatronics engineer seeking a challenging position to apply expertise in designing and implementation innovation solutions, whatever. So it goes like this. So instead, if the person is talking about the objective, it doesn't give a narrative of what the person is all about. That is one aspect that needs to be looked at. Then another aspect is using action verbs. So I have been involved with this or a lot of errors in a person who is just the first time making the resume. They will add interventions like I did this, I did that. So instead, you can say that he led a team to achieve X or coordinated for Y. I was part of a core team that led to improvement of X, or we as a team have worked to achieve Y. So those kind of action verbs are something that immediately uh, catches interest. Then comes the including numbers to show results aspect. Very much important because what happens is that if you evidently are sharing what is the intervention that you did, what kind of involvement of yours was in that using some action verbs, and what kind of results that it led to in terms of numbers. Immediately, there is a very good narrative that is created. So students need to look at those aspects as well, where numbers are looked at. Then comes the aspect that uh, tailored job description with matching keywords should be part of a resume. Here, one question, if somebody is on the chat, how many of you believe in having a different resume for each job opportunity that comes to a student or comes to you, in fact, whenever you are applying? Or I'll just ask you, have you been using the same resume to apply to everything, or you have been spending some time to alter a bit, change the resume a bit for all the positions that you have been applying for? Anybody, if somebody would like to respond to it? Okay, seems like weekend afternoon effect is taking over. No worries. So I'll just go on assuming that what has been a regular response is that we all have been using the same description, same resume, that is to apply to everything. So that is not something that in the new era you can do or a student can afford to do. Each resume should be altered, edited to match the job description. What exactly is being asked for, that needs to be delivered. It shouldn't happen that a person is spending time to check for what exactly is that the value can be generated from a resume. It should be, on the other hand, the reverse of it, that what exactly is required, I have that. And that is how the narrative should be shared for a particular resume. It should also be able to list 6 to 8 focus skills. It should also be applicant tracking system friendly. No tables or fancy graphics should be used. And again, two aspects very general, spelling or grammar error. So that is one thing that is quite common. So one of the first uh, benefits that comes from you, even if a person has a resume, one of the first benefits comes from it is that you just share it with a chat GPT handle, and it will share how it will proofread and share if there is a mistake or there are suggestions that can be incorporated. And once you do that, and once you use AI, you should always ensure that the content, it is authentic, concise, and achievement driven. So that being the narrative, what makes a good resume. Now comes the practical aspect where we can say that how certain AI tools can lead to these kind of res- benefits or improve you to help you to improve with your resume writing skills. Number one is the kind of tools that you are choosing for. So when we started using generative AI, it was like for proofreading and suggestions of what exactly the content is, ChatGPT or any large language model like Claude or Perplexity or Gemini was apt. And for an entire resume to be built, there were opportunities like Kick Resume and a lot of others. I'll anyway share the details of such tools as well. But now the LLMs are also coming up with the new language models. So with the coming of ChatGPT 5 model or the recent uh, third model of Gemini, now generative AI itself can do everything starting from helping you to create a better version of your resume to helping you to do the ATS checking and change your resume every time to a matching job. And the only thing that lags behind is that once you change it, getting it back to a designed format that even resume or anything else helps you with. So I'll instead of getting technical with one slide, I'll give you something practical to do with it. So before I move on, one aspect to focus is build sections efficiently. So as I mentioned here, there all the on the left, summary is one section, work experience is a different section, education is a different section. So similarly, we need to build all the sections effectively. Work experiences, AI generated points where we show real achievements. Those are the aspects that we can bring in. So I'll just here shift to ChatGPT. Let's start with an exercise. What I'll do is that I'll share with you a basic example of a real resume that came to me. I just changed the name and the details of the person, but rest everything is how I received it. So this is something that I received once, name of the person and the objective and everything. Even I asked them to have sections, then they just shared something like this. Although in sections, not that good. So somebody understood what exactly is wanted, but because they don't have any more content to share, or they don't know how to polish up their content, they shared something like this. So whenever something like this is available to you, you can just copy this and take ChatGPT's or any large language model's help. For the prompt, those people who attended the last session of mine might be understanding that how to develop a prompt or how I can use ChatGPT itself to help me with a prompt. So let's revise that particular session and let's create a prompt here that will help me polish this basic resume into something that is required for an industry. I can say, help me create prompt to update my existing resume and a industry aligned resume for myself. Use, I'll just keep it very simple. So now they have created a particular uh, prompt for me. And the format that they have used is role, contest, and task. So this is the format. So role, you are an expert resume strategist and industry aligned career consultant with deep knowledge of ATS systems, competency framework, role specific keywords optimization. Context, I want to update my resume and build a modern industry aligned version. Assume that I have worked at the intersection. So this is something that is taking from me. So I'll say, since it has derived the MORTS section from my own resume. So I'll say I need a prompt for students who can use for engineering students. I can be very specific. This prompt to update their own resumes, make it industry aligned. So they have again changed. So this specifically is for any engineering student. Now you can share this particular what we have created here. You can just share this particular prompt to anybody. They can use their own existing resumes, paste the content of the resumes along with this particular prompt, and they will get a uh, updated resume. So I'll just go through that particular role. Role is of an expert resume builder for engineering students. Context is that this is for an engineering student. Task is analyze, rewrite, convert. So here it is not mentioning anything about sections. I'll say add a prompt on creating sections in resume wherever required and rework the prompt. So now what I did is that they shared the resume prompt. I have updated the prompt. Create new sections wherever required. See. So now this is one prompt that will do all the work for you when it comes to creating a particular resume. Or share this with your team. They can also. I'll just share the particular prompt if possible here. No, some technical issue. No worries. So now what I'll do is that I'll just paste this resume and I'll say here is the resume details that I need you to rework, and then go back to the resume, copy the resume and paste the details here. That's it. So now it has reworked. It is sharing what it has done, where the gaps were, missing sections, technical structure, rewriting the bullets, positioning. Unfortunately, the NGO shared resume is for an NGO related experience. So they have included that as well. And now, see, this is the reworked resume for Dheeraj Thakur. I'm just copying this. So they have shared multiple versions as well. I'll stick to a basic one, and here I'll paste the new one. So see, this is how it used to look at, and this is how the updated one is looking at. Just with one simple prompt, and you can share that particular prompt. What you can do is that you can also create a prompt. Say, while I was creating the prompt, what I suggested was this is for an engineering student. If you are a faculty of a particular domain, say for civil department, you can say this is for a civil department student pursuing X, and create a resume prompt that will help all civil students to update your or rework on their resumes, and it will create that prompt. Just go through what all you would like to be part of that prompt, which is the part where, apart from using the artificial intelligence, you use the human intelligence to make the prompt better. Do that, have a prompt ready. Just with sharing a simple prompt with your students, you can help them upgrade and create a new uh, version of their resume. So once you have some version like this, then what to do? Um, One aspect can be here itself. You whenever you are using a blank document, there are lot of plugins And these plugins you can even find online for Word documents, Word resumes itself. I'll just give you an example. Word resume plugins or samples. So Microsoft Word itself has, oh, the word should be template. My bad. So resume template is something that I will search for. And Word has a lot of free templates available. So you can select something from one of these. You can even be a bit colorful, but this is like anything more than two colors would be a bit too much if it is a formal setup. So these are all the options that you have from where you can just select one of the templates. Say something like I like this template. It is asking for a personal details. I'll just you can log in from any Outlook ID, free email ID, and use something like this, and use anything like this, and just create a space for a picture of yours. The student makes it and then downloads this particular to Word and then updates the resume. So that is one simple thing that can be done. Other aspect is now there is a very wonderful and free tool called Canva. Just say type in canva.com and it is available. And you can just search for resume templates and you will get a lot of resume templates like this. Very neat, very clean. You can use it or a student can use it, download one of the, say if this is the resume template that I would like to use, I can just customize this. And start working on it. The image here, I can just have a new image, edit this and take a new image that can be added here. Same, all the details that I have about me section, I can just go to the text that GPT has created, come back and start updating here. So this is one way of doing it. Oh, this was the right way. Yeah. So I populated this. Similarly, I just need to change all the details, update the picture, and that's it. Very, very easy. Now comes the picture part. Where normally students would be having a very basic picture. Basic, say something they would have taken online or something. What they can do, this I just mentioned it, but I'll just go again. Having the right kind of picture in your resume is also an absolute must. So apart from designing this online using a tool like Canva, what you can also do is that ensure there is a good picture that is part of it. So here I will use Google Gemini. I can create image. I'm not referring to anybody's personal picture. So I'll just create a regular Indian college student's picture. And once that is available, say, this is the picture. So now what I'll do is that I'll highlight this particular person and say create a corporate headshot for this person. Enter. So this can be a student who normally would like to paste this picture only in their resume instead of going to studio and updating themselves for and taking a picture for it. So instead, what they can do is that they can just copy their image, paste here, and just one prompt, create a corporate headshot of for this person. And you will get image like this. So once assume that this is Dheeraj Jain, I'm just going back to the image and I can add it here. See, now it looks so refreshing, so professional. So that's how just using a Canva, you can create an image or a student's image can be updated along with the resume format. So I believe this aspect is clear. Once we have generated through AI, a tool like Canva or a basic template within Word can help you create say, adapt your resume to a particular professional design. Once it is done, it is always easy to share from here and download. And download options can also as PDF or a Canva, that option is also available. This is another aspect which is available. Okay, so I'll just close this Canva part, assuming that this is also noted. Coming back to the next pointer. So we built sections effectively using the prompt. Now tailoring to job description. So this is another aspect where, say, a job, normally what happens is that once the resume is created, it is not edited. So here what we will try to do is that we will look for a job opportunity. And based on the job opportunity, can we tailor our existing resume? So what I did is that just to save time some time, I have a job opening already downloaded. Since I work a lot with organizations, so this is one of the job opportunities for a NGO. So manager program designing and implementation support is the detail, position he is given, where the location is, and all about that particular job. What exactly is it are they looking for? What are the values they are looking for? What is the key responsibilities that the person would be handling? Most important section of the job description, and hiring process and everything is mentioned. So now I just copy this. Take help of ChatGPT again. I'm going to ChatGPT. So the good thing about having when you work for one thread is that you can use the same thread and the person knows. So here I don't need to, this is the thread where I updated Dheeraj Jain's resume. What I can do is that there are multiple searches and all multiple searches would be visible on the left. So whatever you want to highlight or remember, you can rename. I can say Dheeraj Jain's resume sample. So anytime I just need to, this can be Srijit Nair's resume. So whenever there is a job description that I need to uh, update, I can just paste the job description and I can say update my resume accordingly. It will do that. I'll share the details with you here. So now I'll just share a prompt. Um, Again, try to create a prompt again. Uh, Create a prompt that analyzes my resume mentioned in this thread with a uploaded job opening and rate myself accordingly. It will also suggest the edits that will make it better. So I have asked ChatGPT itself to create a prompt. It has again based on role. The role given is you are an expert, a resume analyst, and ATS specialist. So now ChatGPT will look at the resume with an understanding that it's an ATS specialist, and with that particular focus and all the learnings that it has based on being an ATS specialist, it will analyze my job. So what exactly as a ATS specialist it will do, it is mentioning everything. Resume job fit analysis it will do, ATS course it will give, skill match breakdowns it will do, missing keywords it will share, resume rewrite options it will share. So I'm just copying this, pasting this, and let's see what it does. I'll say this is the job opening that you need to analyze. Go to the job opening, copy it, come back, paste. Okay, it was stuck in the job prompt only. Execute the prompt. So now I created a prompt, just ignoring the previous prompt that I shared. I created a prompt and then I said execute this prompt. When it executed the prompt, it is sharing the details of, it is asking for the details. Say, please review this job opening. So now it is reviewing the job opening. What are the competencies for the job that I want? Job demands, keywords. What is it? It also helps me understand what is it that is most wanted within that particular job. So they need somebody who is well equipped with be working on content design and program design and curriculum development and writing and documentation. So these are the top four aspects. Then other aspects for which lesser value is stressed upon the job description. So once it has analyzed, I'll say analyze Dheeraj Jain's resume, which is already here. So I won't confuse. I can just say I'll go back to Dheeraj Jain's resume that we created. I'll copy it. I'll come back and say analyze this resume for the job opening and share. Yeah. So now it is sharing the detail. Overall verdict, resume job fit analysis, ATS score. So ATS math score is very low. Then skills, what is matching, what is not matching, everything is shared. So now I'll just, and this resume is scoring very low when it comes to this particular job description. So now it is giving me an option. So if I can rewrite the resume for the roles that fit this candidate's role better, or upgrade the profile towards education sector over the next 24 months. So it is saying that you just work. I have shared with you what exactly is it that you require to upgrade yourself. So that is also mentioned. This helps the students understand what exactly is it that they need to work upon for the next few months or years so that they can apply for a job like this. This can be a dream role, the example of a dream role for which the student needs to apply, and they can, through ATS analysis, they can understand and update their resumes. So what I'll do here is that I'll say rewrite the resume to make it ATS aligned. Be creative. So be creative, I am saying, because there are things that it will add on, and then I can deduct from whatever is not mentioned, I can add on. So now it has optimized my ATS, my resume based on the ATS scores. So they have added certain aspects. And I can just say digital documentation project is something that if really I have worked on, what happens is that sometimes during the 3 4 years that we spend in college, we would be looking at say actually working on something which we might have not included, but some job requirement asks for it. So then it clicks when somebody suggests something like this for the resume, then it clicks that okay, I have done something. I'll just edit this and make it more aligned to my expertise and education. So it has changed everything. So while I start working with a lot of information from my end, what happens is that it will genuinely edit based on my experience. As of now, it creatively is modifying, but it will genuinely modify when I'm giving it all the data. So I'll just say now that you have updated the resume, please check the ATS score. Okay. So here it is sharing so the scores have improved a bit, but still extremely low because the job requires skills that are not part of present at all. So what the job requirement is and the kind of expertise that the person has, it doesn't match. Yet it was able to improve the score from 8 to 18. So I can also here, I can be a bit more creative. Assume that the person has all the skills required and has not mentioned it. Redraft the resume to include all that makes it ATS aligned with high scores. So let's take a look as how Dheeraj Jain's resume should have been if that person really was fit to apply for this particular role. Dheeraj Thakur, okay. So this is how his actual resume should have looked like, or this is how that person needs to work towards for the next 1 or 2 years. So now this resume has been reworked to achieve a ATS score of 84 to 92%. So anything above 70, 75 is good. So 84 to 92, now the person has a high chance to be selected in the initial screening. But yeah, with the initial screening, it would be selected, but the actual interviews happen and the person would be rejected upfront if that person is not actually skilled, that being the actual scenario. But yeah, the first barrier can be broken very easily when it comes to getting an ATS aligned resume. So this is how you can update your resume every time that a job description comes up. So there is the alternative way to do something like this is through Click Resume. I'll come to that as well. So a few more pointers before I move on. Another aspect is about writing an impactful bio. So for bio, or what exactly is it that you want to, so the summary aspect, um, you can again use ChatGPT. So here the context would be that if any job applications, if say this person is applying for a job application, you need a cover letter to follow up with this. So now that the resume is made, I can simply ask, Please draft a cover letter to go with this resume to apply." So once the resume is generated, it is ATS aligned. You can also use this to generate a cover letter. So here, this is the cover letter that it has created, and it tells the recruiter why this person is fit for this particular role, what has been the experience, journey, etc. So that also you can do. Got it? So, impactful bio, impactful cover letters, these are the aspects that you can do. Another aspect is that common pitfalls that you really need to avoid. Blindly relying on AI or reviewing the accuracy or personalization, those are aspects that you need to review. So, now that we have this resume in place, just before applying, just going through, reviewing everything, understanding what exactly needs to be changed. So those are the aspects that you need to work for. Don't just rely 100% on the kind of output that LLM model like ChatGPT or Gemini is churning out. Just go through it, but at the same time, review it, rework on it a bit for ensuring that there is a accuracy and personalization. So in short, I'll just summarize what we have learned. Purpose of resume is to secure an interview and not to list everything you have done. That is the maximum, like one core gist that you can get is this. And when you are looking at securing an interview, each of the job description needs to be focused upon, and your resume needs to be realigned. So that is one aspect that ChatGPT here I have shared how it helps with that particular idea. An ideal structure of a resume would be header and contact, professional summary, work experience, educations. It ends with skills and certification, and there is also always the optional where projects, awards, volunteering, whatever you have done, those can be mentioned as well. So left to right, how we transition from a basic resume to an advanced resume, that also we have mentioned here. And the basic closing remark for this aspect would be generative AI makes resumes for writing faster and more strategic. That is right. But at the same time, human refinement is something that you need to focus upon. It gives it a heart, it gives it authenticity, it makes it very genuine, so that somebody who is reading, and when that person meets the person who needs to be interviewed, there is an alignment. It shouldn't be that the resume is talking about one thing and the person is totally different from what is reflected in the resume. So that alignment and that is where the concept of human intelligence comes. That goes with the Gen AI aspect. So now building each resume section. So professional summary, 3 to 4 lines summarized, where we are saying who you are, your domain, what you deliver, and keeping it outcome oriented and not just descriptive. So I have shared here certain prompts as well, which will help you through the journey. Apart from, say, the basic idea would be that create a prompt for yourself. We have had a separate section, and here also we have reworked on how to create prompts uh, for a aligned work. So here I'll share something just for your reference, like write a 3 line professional summary for a project coordinator with experience in NGO operations. It gives you the output. Key skills. Using a focus list of 6 to 8 skills, group technical and behavioral skills, those aspects included. So prompt can be list top 8 skills for a project coordinator, or for a development sector NGO, it can be for a X company, or no, for TCS, I believe, for a Java uh, executive who is Java developers role. So something like that, and you will get an output. You can also use prompts to work on the experience section. There is something called STAR method, which is situation, task, action, and result. This is a very interesting aspect. Like if you have a lot of experience, and this is something like you can do when you have say a decade or more of experience, and there are 2 or 3 page full of initiatives that you have included in your resume. So you can use this particular method, where situation, task, action, and result, we call it STAR method. Using that, you can have a prompt like rewrite my work experience to make it action oriented and quantifiable results wherever possible. And you can just add, you can ensure situation, task, action, and results are uh, focused. Write a prompt like this, and you will get point wise what all you have. Say you just share the 2 pages or 10 pages, 25 pages, whatever you have, and ask ChatGPT to rework on the experiences, so keeping it summarized and action oriented, using situation, task, action, and result. You don't need to note this. We will share the PPT, so everything is a part of the PPT only. So then comes the achievements and outcomes. So adding one bullet point at the end of each role showing clear impacts, that is absolutely important. Sharing a prompt that extract to impact oriented achievements for this experience. And we are sharing the outputs were also mentioned. Education, mentioning the details, include relevant trainings and courseworks. So there are certain prompts we have created. Write a short education entry for a faculty resume, MTech in mechanical engineering with AICT, FDP in generative AI. It gives you the details like that. So that being done, moving to one particular slide on STAR, that is situation, context of your work, task, what you have to achieve, action, what you did, and result, that is measurable outcome. So why this aspect comes up, when once you start and once you are experienced, say a person who is just starting their career won't be requiring this much, because they don't have any tangible outcomes beyond a limit to mention. But once as faculty you are developing your own resumes, uh, prompts like this or prompt models like this will be very much required. So, an example of weak prompt here is responsible for managing team operations. A strong one is led a 6 member operations team, reducing delivery time by 18% through process automation. So, you can use, say, here the kind of prompt that you can use is hi ChatGPT, use situation, task, action, and result to help me rework on these particular lines that I am sharing. And you can share how to rework on a line that you might have mentioned in your resume, and get line by line alterations on what exactly is it that it should look like. So here, this is more important for somebody who has evolved with a particular resume, and they would like to have more of your experiences added within a limited two-page resume that is available. So you can keep on rework. Once your resume is set, you can use content or prompts like this with star method that you can use to keep on refining your resumes and updating it with all the tangible outcomes in place. And applicant tracking system is something that I already mentioned, that ATS scans for keywords, job titles, and action verbs. Avoid tables, graphics, headers. These things confuse and the person is not able to understand. Mostly another mistake that might still be lying in some of your resumes, that you would have used a table to describe instead of line of say MTech, X University, and X year. Those aspects would be a part of a table that you would have created. What happens is that tables are pretty complex to read for a AI or a ATS system as well. It won't be able to do justice. So avoid using tables, graphics, or headers as much as you can, and your likability of passing through ATS check will increase. Another aspect, very important, is use simple formatting. General fonts get your chances higher when it comes to the ATS checks. So Arial, Calibri, Aptos, these are the fonts that you would like to use much. So the demo part I have already gone through. So let's take this time to focus on how you can do this using a site like Quick Resume. So this is one of the most popular sites. Quick Resumes allows you to modify your resumes once or twice. So, and for demo purposes, you can always use something like temp mail. Temp mail, once you don't need to log in every time with your email ID. Temp mail creates an email ID. Go to Quick Resume, and within Quick Resume, you can use your temporary email ID to start a new account. And with that account, you can start updating your resumes. One aspect of interest for some people might who already are part of LinkedIn is that you can import your entire LinkedIn content and create your resume here. If your LinkedIn has all the details mentioned, you can automatically create a resume here. You can also use AI to come up with your resume. Say, I am so just take it one line by line, and it will help you create templates and everything. This is the template that I need. And then template wise, once template is selected, then the content that I want to add in, and the content would be, this is another Quick Resume is something that you can also use. If at the start we mentioned that a basic resume to a complex resume was created using a ChatGPT prompt that we ourselves made. So once we have those information, you can, instead of filling it in Canva as we did, you can also use Quick Resume to fill all the sections one by one. See, this resume has all the sections mentioned, and you can have all the sections updated and create a resume for yourselves. And those resume, whatever you have created, would be part of the dashboard. What you can do every time is that whenever there is a new resume job description available, you can check how to take that resume and do the ATS checking. What I'll do here is that I'll just Okay, the cover letters, resignations, websites, these are aspects as well that you can work upon. Uh, And there are certain tools as well, resume examples, career map. So you can explore everything as part of Kick Resume. So once you have this resumes in place, you can every time update it by changing the designs whenever you want. You updated the resume, then you can go back and change the designs. You can also use it to improve, say, analyze the ATS scores, how much it stands as of now, and start improving on it. You can, whatever you, okay, here certain aspects are paid, so I won't go through it. So certain as things used to be free for a while, but I believe those are paid as well. But good thing is that you can do everything mentioned here using ChatGPT as of now. And you use Kick Resume for updating your resume with a new template to make it visually more better. Rest ATS screening and everything that you can use ChatGPT itself now. It is since the ChatGPT Model 5 has come. So I have also shared that there are resume, Kick Resume, and many other websites like this, which will help you with the same. But now with the advanced models, I'll suggest don't spend your time or energy in those sites. Just use Canva or a template within Word to come up with a better resume visually. And the content wise, ChatGPT, start one thread of your own where you are, first of all, as a faculty, what you can do is that just update your whatever file you have, the PDF or Word file for a resume. Go to ChatGPT, create a new thread, upload your resume, whatever the resume is, you can upload your resume and start with analyze this and then say, how can I improve? Create a chat, create a prompt to make it better, and have a conversation with your resume, individual conversation with your resume, as how to make it better. So that is the kind of initiatives that you can do here. And just whenever a new job role comes in, add a file of that particular job role and check what all can should be improved. So that can be standard that you can start practicing. So now some pros and cons of resume writing. So it saves a lot of time and money, automating formatting structures, keywords, and avoiding errors. A lot of time is saved. The grammar and layout is something that now becomes easier. And once the output is available, just a tool like Canva can give you amazing professional output when it comes to the resumes, visually stunning resumes. Optimizing for application tracking system is something that is at most important and which can be done with generative AI now. Cons, general and impersonal resumes would be created if you don't look at personalizing it once the output is made. Inaccuracies, something like what we did is that we just align Dheeraj's resume to fit with the ATS scores, and it fabricated a lot of experiences and education. So sometimes it may do genuinely do some fabrication which needs to be checked once the output is generated through an AI. Industry compliant, it cannot be always industry compliant. The again, the experience of Dheeraj coming from a non-technical background and something for a technical aspect we applying, so that can be an example. Limited customization options, because if once you have generated a prompt, it will stick to that prompt's framework only. So it won't go beyond that until you say that ki now extend this and be creative and add more aspects. So once something is done, something, so if you are following a particular prompt model only, limited customization options exist. Then bias or plagiarism risk. Plagiarism risk is already something that you need to check upon, as with any other content. So use AI support not for support, just for support, not for substitution. That being the key. Always review and humanize outputs for credibility and individuality. That being the key mentioned here. So now here I have also shared some AI powered tools available online. And most of this comes with one-time free access, post which you can just use a tool like TempMail to give demos to the students, and students themselves can at least one time use this tool to create a free version for themselves. So of this, I'll just give you my so Resi is something that you all will like. Resume now is a bit decent. Doc Hippo is very good when it comes to the more kind of visually stunning resumes that you need to see. So those are the two, three highlights. Now I'll close this session here and move to LinkedIn with the limited time available. Here we would like to understand how to use LinkedIn a bit better and the basics of LinkedIn. So key components of the LinkedIn profile is something that we should be focusing on here. So, I don't know how many of you have been using LinkedIn, but that is an amazing tool, say one of the best social media tools if you as a person are trying to grow. And any student who has started their journey, for them to network, understand how to have an outreach to industry experts or professionals. So that is something that this tool very much helps. First of all, when you are coming into this profile, you create your individual, just as with any other website, you log in with your profile, email ID, and then create a profile. So there are certain components of you're making a profile. So one of it is photo and banner, the core one. So photos and banners should be professional, contextual, and well lit. So one ChatGPT prompt that create a corporate headshot for this person based on any of the previous pictures. That always helps to have a formal image in place. And the banner is something that can go along with the kind of industry uh, or the project that you are working in, or the thing that you are most passionate about, or something that is ongoing. It can be an example, basic example that can be a student still in college in the fourth year who's running for a president's post, or looking for arranging an annual event or something. They posting on their banners. The same when you are at a professional age with 2 decades of experience, what all you are creating, what kind of new initiatives you are bringing to your own departments, that can be part of the banner. So another key component is headline, which combines the role, impact, and focus area. So here I have taken the experience of the example of Mr. Ankur Variku, who's a social media celebrity and very good person to look at if you are looking at a lot of content that will help you grow. So the person's name, what the person looks to do. That is role, impact, and focus area that the person is looking at. Those aspects are very clearly defined. Next component would be about the about section, that is. And about section should be having a storytelling tone, first person. It should define who the person is, what the person does, and why does that matter. So this being an example of it. Then we come to experiences and achievements. That is mirroring your resume, whatever you have, wherever you have worked. And most of the companies, LinkedIn always has a list of that particular company available along with their icons and everything, their logos and everything. So it will display the logo of the place that you have worked in, the tenure that you have worked in, and all the details you can add in. It's see more is like you just click on it and it will go in detail of what all has been part of the person's functioning while that person used to work in that particular uh, organization. So all that those details that you can fill it in your resume, you can do it here also. Uh, and once the experience are mentioned, another aspect to look at is education. So where all has the person been educated? Everything is part of the LinkedIn post. Once those are filled, then comes the skills and endorsement part. So you here you can mention which are the skills that you are uh, uh, that you have, and other people can come and endorse as well. So these aspects you can just add on whichever skill you are updating yourself with, you can start adding it here. One example can be once you are done with the Future Skills Prime examinations and get the certificates, you can add generative AI as one of the core skills, and that is very industry relevant and recent ones. So you have a national NASCOM certified uh, certification which states that you have this particular AI, generative AI skill. So you can start uploading those kind of skills here. Then comes the engagement posts and comments aspect, where it shows the kind of post that the person has created, the comments that the person has shared, the videos, images, events, every kind of content that the person has uploaded into their LinkedIn profile. So once you might be somebody as a faculty, you might have a lot of content that you would like to post or always have been posting. So this gives your students or the larger network an opportunity to go through, visit what all as a person have been generating and take value from it. There are certain tools which are suggested as well uh, for this optimization. Resume optimization, again, ChatGPT, Resi and Resume can be used. Editing, Grammarly and Quillbot can be used. LinkedIn Analytics is something that you can do through Resume Word or Skills Syncer. And job trend research is something that you can use. LinkedIn Creator Explorer, that is the tool that you can use for job trend research. These are some things that you can look at when you are trying to explore more on it. So now I'll just go to the practical aspect of LinkedIn. So let me start with my own profile first. As I mentioned, the banner, I don't use a banner as of now because there is some launch that is happening next month. So I'm just keeping the banner empty as of now. I'll be updating this banner very soon. But we have a professional headshot picture. So I hardly get time to go to a studio or something. So I normally, while on a field visit, a picture is taken. I have converted this to a picture stating the same corporate, create a corporate headshot. Then what I'm doing, what exactly is it that I'm focusing upon? And as a person who I am, the activities, comments, and images where all I have worked, and this is the area, say, I can expand and I can go through all the details and license and certificates, whatever it is mentioned. If somebody's endorsed me or I have endorsed them, those aspects are mentioned and interests are mentioned. So now the question that was asked at the onset, if I am looking at connecting with somebody in my network, how I can go through that. So one aspect here is that LinkedIn shares the kind of network that I have. So it automatically, based on my area of interest, my uh, work, my experiences, and my area, industry that I belong to, it will automatically start sending me a list of people with whom I can connect. So that is one area of looking at and meeting new people whom you might not be aware of that they belong to your and surprisingly, even working in 20, with 20 years of expertise, I still bump into people whom I have not been interacting or not aware of what kind of work they have been doing. Say, oh, Sajid, this is somebody whom I haven't spoken to years. So thankfully, I'll just share a connect note with him. So you'll bump into old friends every time you open this, whom you have not been interacting or you have missed interacting with in a lot of years. So that is one area where you can see. The other area is that you can just search for people or search for positions or search for, say, you are if you are looking at research on research on civil engineering. So that is the topic we are searching. So here I'll get all job posting for the same at the same time. Say these are the aspects for which I can search. Whether I will need to search for jobs, I need to search for post. So these are civil engineering related latest updates that is happening all over the world that I would like to update myself. I can also sort these posts by dates when it is posted. Say, I would like to see something that has been happening a month back. I can go and look for that. And if I also say somebody specific from my network, if they have been posting something, I can look at those aspects as well. Now, the question that was asked, how can I connect with people from my own field? So here, I am just giving you an example, research on civil engineering. Who all have been doing research on civil engineering? So it is mentioning the details of everybody here. So here it will say first, second, and third. First is those members who are part of my existing network are my first connects. The second connects are somebody who is connected to my first connect. Say I am connected to somebody in my LinkedIn profile, and that person is connected to somebody. So that becomes the second connect. And third connect is somebody who is connected to the second connect. And there is something called 6 degrees of connect, where any person in the world is connected to you with just 6 persons in between. So that aspect is also there. You can take a look at those aspects. I think my time is over. Kamna is here. So
You
yeah,
still have a couple of minutes to take any questions. I'm just here. Please don't let, I mean,
yeah,
you
yeah.
still have a couple of
Okay.
minutes. Yeah.
So these are just a question that I got. So similarly, there are events. This is another area. So there might be events, say engineering workshops or whatever. Lot of events would be happening around you that you might like to take an engineering experience of. So those aspects can also be searched here. Other aspects would be certain courses that is available to you. So if you just want to update yourself, but fortunately for this you have Future Skills Prime. You don't need to worry about that aspect. And so these are the aspects that you can search for and keep on connecting to people, look for collaborations. So those would be the other aspects that you can look at. And then once you have created a network, always go through these notifications because you might be looking at, okay, X person has, say, because I work with road transport, I follow the Honorable Minister and whatever he is doing, I get a lot of inputs on the same. There are other people who are wonderful content creators that I really like to follow. So what they have been doing, if somebody has a birthday, shall I visit, just say hi to them. So all these aspects you can go through the notification aspect. So these are some core elements of LinkedIn you may like to explore. And of course, be in touch. Please do, if you have found value addition with this particular course, please ensure that you start using LinkedIn and start a post as well. And please do mention us. It will make us a lot more content and happier. So with that,
Yes,
I'll
yes,
just
yes.
share
As
the, yeah. Yeah.
as Sujit said that if you like the course and if you like the session, please also do complete the course on Future Skills Prime, take the assessment. If you want to take it to your students, please let us know. we'll be happy to share the course content with your students. So reach out to me directly, and I can help to create a cohort of the students so that they can also benefit from this course. And yes, if there's any last tips that you want to give, Srijit,
Wonderful. No, I really like the idea, Kamna, of students coming in, and that as faculty members, that would be an amazing step that faculty can take.
Yes,
And
absolutely. And we are offering this. Future Skills Prime is a joint venture between Ministry of Information Technology and NASSCOM. It's an online learning platform. Most of the courses are free. Uh, some, but all the assessments are paid for the students. But for the faculty members, all the assessments are free. If you're having any trouble with the assessments, please take a screenshot and write a mail to support@futureskillsprime.in and keep me in copy. We'll help to resolve your issues. Your attendance will be updated by Tuesday or Wednesday maximum. Scores also by Tuesday, Wednesday. You can give the feedback, and then the Atal certificate you can get by Friday. Similarly, we'll try to generate the NASSCOM certificates also by Friday. So those are some housekeeping instructions from my side. And if you like the session, please post on LinkedIn. You can tag us. You can tag AICT, tag Srijit, tag me, and NASSCOM if you like the session. And if you complete the courses, it will be good to see those as well.
please do complete the courses and tag me. I would be happier. And
Yes.
I can say further enablement through technology is something is that you like. Create a initiative for your own, and I'll help you with it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much, Riji. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for taking the session. And we hope to get you back in the next cohort, which is December 1st to 6th. Faculty members can refer their colleagues to join that session also. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamna, and thank you, everyone. And I expect to see a lot of posts coming in. Thank you.
I now welcome our next trainer. I'll give you a breathing space. I think we've been having sessions since 2 o'clock. There was a first session by Shikha on online tools for learning. Then we had this session by Srijit, and now we have Shakur. Rather, Shakur, you can switch on your camera, please. Hello and welcome, Shakur. We are
Hi, good
very
evening.
good evening. We are delighted to have you with us. Shakur, just to introduce you to all our faculty members, Shakur is the founder and director at Science Matters, and he has been with India AI mission for a long time. And having seen how the mission is shaping up from close quarters, he decided to set up this own thing. And he has very kindly consented to be here and share with us his insights and his tips for this session. So, without further ado, I'll hand it over to you, Shakur, to take this thing forward.
Thank you so much, Kamana. Yeah. Without wasting any time, I would directly delve into the presentation of today. So, what we'll be discussing today is okay. Is my presentation visible?
Not yet.
Just a second. Okay, trying to present now. Yes, got it. Can you see my presentation now?
It's coming up. Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. So, what we'll be discussing today is, how AI can be used for filmmaking, storytelling, and hospitality. We'll discuss a little bit of the basics of Gen AI and generative AI, little bit of history also, and then we'll go straight into the tools, the use cases, and also the challenges and ethical concerns with using generative AI. So, yeah, so that's me. I'm the founder of, as Kamna mentioned, I'm the founding director of Science Matters, which is a UNESCO Media Information Literacy Alliance partner. So yeah, so ever since man set foot on the path of innovation, there have always been these concerns about how that innovation is going to be used. Uh, when fire was discovered, there were concerns that it will burn down the whole world, right? Similarly, when humans settled and started farming, there were concerns around what this will mean for explorers, what this will mean for our own agility. Similarly, when machines and factories came up, there were widespread protests around how these machines are going to replace humans, and which it did also. Um and then computers and internet, these came in, I think, our lifetimes. So we saw the kind of transformation that these technologies brought in. And now we are in the era of artificial intelligence. This is something, why we are discussing AI and Gen AI so much these days is uh, because technology now, this kind of technology is developing at a at a pace which is unprecedented. Earlier technologies took decades, years to evolve, but artificial intelligence is evolving uh, daily. We have new tools coming up every day. We have new regulations coming up every day. We have new use cases that we see coming every week. So, a little bit about the history of artificial intelligence. Uh, it we might think that AI is something that came up very recently, but it was in 1950s when this gentleman called the famous British mathematician called Alan Turing, he posed this question that can machines think? Uh, and the answer was a resounding yes. So thus came the concept of artificial intelligence, which dates back to 1956, when the term was first coined at a scientific conference in the U.S. And Marvin Minsky was the first person to give this definition of AI, that it's the science of making machines do things that would require intelligence if done by men. Ever since artificial intelligence has evolved, and we've seen different waves of AI, and latest being the Gen AI wave that came up with when Chat GPT came to the fore. So, what is traditional AI? If I have to ask you, uh, and how is it different than generative AI? You can drop your answers in the chat. I want to know, what is your understanding of what AI, what a traditional AI is, and how is it different from generative AI? Any guesses? Okay, so traditional AI, it's a subset of artificial intelligence which is used to perform tasks based on predetermined algorithms. Uh, it excels at carrying out limited set of tasks. We've seen, all of us have played Spider Solitaire on our computers, right? We have played online chess. Then we have used different translation tools over the years, and even self-driving cars. They came, many years ago. So these are some of the examples of traditional AI. So one of the key definitions, what differentiates traditional AI from generative AI is that these are predetermined tasks, a limited set of tasks that it can perform. The reason being that there is limited data that goes into it, and these data are predetermined that X plus Y will lead to say Z. Uh, then moving on to the generative AI. Yeah. So generative AI, as somebody rightly mentioned in the chat, uh, it can help us generate images. It can help us develop text. It can help us develop videos, and from text to video, video to image to video, and other tasks. But what differentiates it is that it is capable of generating outputs these outputs at a large scale, primarily because there are large data sets involved of the order of billions of tokens that go into feeding these systems. And generative AI is always analyzing data and trying to produce new content. It is always anticipating what guessing that new word. It's kind of trying to read our minds. So these generative AI models, they are powered by foundational models that can multitask and perform out of the box tasks. And examples, we all have used chat gpt, but that's not the only example. We'll see today in this session how there are different, so many tools out there which help in filmmaking and in storytelling and in hospitality sector. Some of the examples being chat gpt, claude, sora, dali. Any other that you are using, you can drop in the chat so that I have an idea what all tools you have been using till now. Okay, by the time you write it in the chat, I'll move on to the next. So this is how the generative AI, the AI landscape actually looks like. We have, at the top is the artificial intelligence. As we said, it refers to the development of computer systems to perform tasks that need human intelligence. And under artificial intelligence, we have machine learning. Can anyone tell me what machine learning is? Come on, use the chat. It's you can use it so that we can make it a little bit conversational, so that I'm not the only one speaking here. uh, so machine learning is it's a subset of AI that enables computers to learn from experience without being explicitly trained to do those tasks. We all have used Netflix, right? So you get the movie recommendations from Netflix, that since you like this movie, you might like this movie as well. How is this happening? The machines are learning from your previous behavior. Similarly, it doesn't stop there. It will also kind of pop up messages at times when it thinks that you are more active on the app. uh, Similarly, we have Spotify, which uses machine learning, and then other dating sites and others which use machine learning on a daily basis in our phones. Under machine learning, we have deep learning. So deep learning, as the name, it's a subset of machine learning that uses neural networks for data processing. As the name suggests, like our brains use neurons to crunch data. In a similar way, machine learning uses these neural networks. These are artificial networks which work like our neurons uh, to process data. Then we have the generative AI that we are going to be talking about. So generative AI is a subset of deep learning that generates content like text, images, or code based on the input that we give. And like I mentioned earlier, it's trained on huge data sets, vast data sets of the order of billions of tokens. And all these data sets are stored in data centers spread across the world. And 50% of the data that is out there is in the hands of 10 to 12 organizations. Uh, and you can see they hold the monopoly when it comes to data sets. Okay, so these are except for chat gpt, I'm sure some of them are new to you. There is chat gpt also has now multimodal functions. It can chat, you can chat with it, you can code, you can create images. uh, then you have Gemini. We all have been using a lot recently, trying to make our images better. uh, then we have Midjourney. Midjourney is a text to image generative AI tool. uh, then we have Designer by Microsoft. Again, it's a free image editor. Canva we have been using a lot, and recently they have added a lot of features to its premium services. Then we have Runaway ML. This is something very useful for when it comes to filmmaking. Runaway ML and 11 Labs, these two tools. One kind of helps us create videos from text, and the other helps us create realistic text to speech and dubbing use cases. Then Perplexity AI. Perplexity is a search centric, chatbot, and in India, we are using Perplexity. I mean, a lot. We are in fact we are India is the top, alongside USA, where Perplexity is being used for search. Although Google search still remains the favorite, but Perplexity is fast catching up, and that is why a lot of there's a talk about how AIO might replace the SEO. This is because a lot of this content and search is coming through Perplexity. And then we have VO2 by Google. It's a text to video again tool. It gives very realistic videos. And then Suno AI and other such apps which are used to which can help generate music within minutes. All AI, no humans required, no voice required, no lyrics required. It can generate everything on its own. So why are we talking about Gen AI so much, and AI in AI so much about our daily as part of our daily conversation these days? That is because 78% organizations are already using AI in at least one business function, uh, and most are using it in more than one business function. Uh, and when it comes to generative AI, 71% organizations are already using it in at least one business function. If you see, cutting across industries, uh, different functions and workflows like marketing, service operations, knowledge management, then software engineering, HR. Uh, Generative AI is cutting across all the verticals and all the sectors: technology, healthcare, education, financial services, energy and materials. If you are working in one of these sectors, or you have interest in one of these sectors, you can locate on that map which all business functions generative AI is being used, and where all is it being used. So yeah, so let's go into now how generative AI is being used in filmmaking. Filmmaking is something which has always been very receptive to technology, because the nature of filmmaking itself is to provide latest ways and latest modes of entertainment to the consumers, because it has to be where the consumer is, right? It cannot lag behind when it comes to technology. We've seen that how the OTTs have taken over now, cinemas and TVs. So entertainment has to be very adaptive to where technology is. So generative AI is being used already, in film production. It's fundamentally transforming how films are made now, right from the initial concept through to the final delivery. Lot of mundane and redundant tasks, they are being automated using generative AI use cases and tools. uh, it's offering, it's kind of a co-pilot when it comes to the industry, more so in the case of film industry. So right from ideation, like I said, if you have to develop the concept, uh, Gen AI is there for that. Then to visualization, you can check in advance how your scenes would look like, because filmmakers have to spend a lot of time in developing storyboards, so that when they go into the production, They're not wasting money. They are not wasting resources. They are not wasting time. So these storyboards would normally take, sometimes days, sometimes months to develop. But with the advent of generative AI, this task is now extremely fast. It can be done within hours as well. So as a result, and then in post production also, there are automated editing workflows, that can be done through by using tools like DaVinci Resolve. Uh, if you see overall, AI tools are helping reduce both the costs and the timelines significantly, which are very crucial, key components in the industry, in the entertainment and the film industry. And then they also empower, not just that, they are also empowering creators to explore bold new storytelling formats, because we saw, how VFX can change the entire experience of watching a movie. We've seen how 3D, 3D experience can change the entire experience of watching a movie or consuming the content online. So it empowers creators to explore bold new storytelling, filmmakers to bold new storytelling formats, and experiment with cinematic styles which were previously, I would say, very resource intensive. That is where, generative AI can help. So these are some of the essential AI filmmaking tools you might want to note. Uh, Runway ML, like I said, it's a text to video generation tool, creates very sophisticated visual effects. Then there is Synthesia. Synthesia helps create videos from text with most advanced AI avatars. If you have to develop, Synthesia is the go-to tool. Not just that, it can also help in voiceovers in 140 languages. It also supports many Indian languages there, including Hindi and Bengali. Then there's Kabar AI. Kabar AI transforms text prompts into cinematic video scenes and with artistic control and precision. Uh, then another important tool, Pika Labs. This is helps in film creation and animation directly from. You just have to put in descriptive text, and it can create the animation directly from that. So let's see how filmmaking, how AI is helping in pre-production. First and foremost, script writing. So you have tools like ChatGPT, ChatGPT Pro, and the advanced versions, which can help you develop wonderful scripts. If you are suffering from a if a writer is suffering from a writer's block, tools like ChatGPT, Jasper AI, and SudoWrite, they can help developing very compelling scripts for not just documentaries, uh, whole entire films and other projects. Similarly, we have storyboarding. Like I said earlier, it's a very important part of filmmaking, and tools like Midjourney, Leonardo AI, it kind of visualizes the entire shot sequence from the script that you put into it. So, and it'll help you in real time iteration if you need to change sequences, how should the ending look like, how you can juggle the shots here and there, uh, you know, uh, in a way reducing a lot of effort there. Then you have concept art. This is very important, and tools like Delhi 3 and Stable Diffusion, they create detailed locations, costumes, and props within minutes rather than days. Otherwise it would take designers, prop designers, and costume designers many hours or many days or weeks to find the right kind of props that would go with a film. For example, if it is a historical film like, say, Bajirao Mastani, uh, you know, uh, I think the role of costumes and props becomes really very important. We've seen, a lot of films like, a lot of films like Mohenjo-daro being criticized for not using the right kind of tools, or for that matter, a movie like Veer, which was supposed to be a historical thriller. We've seen that how the costumes were not right. And that is where tools like DALI 3 and Stable Diffusion can come and give us that right kind of uh, right help us in it can act as a right kind of designer for us to visualize those costumes and props. And then you have casting simulation. This is also very important because I mean, you need actors, right? And you need the right kind of cast when you're making a movie. And what is the normal procedure? You ask, advertise for auditions, people come in. It takes days and months to get the right kind of cast, right? They go through auditions, several rounds of auditions. But AI can, I wouldn't say that, AI avatars will totally replace that process, but they can actually, help reduce the timelines for that. Because if someone can send in their AI avatars, uh, that can be used to test actor expressions and their delivery lines virtually before before they could be shortlisted for the actual physical audition. So that's where tools like Synthesia can help. So overall, in the pre-production, it has been seen that generative AI, wherever it has been used right now, it can reduce uh, the time pre-production time by 50%, allowing filmmakers to experiment creatively before committing to huge costs and shooting schedules. So then going to production and post-production, uh, real-time scenes can be composed, using generative AI, and even virtual set extensions. For example, a tool like Unreal Engine, it can be used in these use cases. Then there's AI-assisted camera tracking and motion. Tools like Vicon are being used in this function. Then post production, we have Runway ML again. It automates transitions and background removal, and also remove BG is another tool which can be used in background removal. Uh, AI can also help generate realistic VFX, including 3D scenes, like I was talking about earlier, explosions, the weather, which become a backbone of a good movie experience, right? So tools like Auto VFX, RealMind .ai are very helpful in this use case. Then Topaz Labs and DaVinci Resolve, they offer intelligent color grading. I think color grading is very important because if you have to give the right mood, you have to set the right tone in your movie. Color grading can tell a lot. Without dialogues or without any person being there, color grading sets the tone for the movie. It kind of sets the context for the movie, and that's where tools like Topaz Labs and DaVinci Resolve can help. Then coming to soundtracks, another important aspect of filmmaking, Murph AI, SoundDraw, and AIVA, they can help, and alongside Snow AI, like I discussed earlier, they can help compose soundtracks and generate dubbing. Am I audible till now? Okay. How many of you know about the movie Frost? The Frost. Can you drop in your comments in the chat? How many of you have watched this movie, The Frost? Anyone? No? Shall I take a no? Okay. Somebody says yes. No. Okay. So yeah. So The Frost, it's a kind of it was a landmark experiment in AI cinema. This why am I saying that? Because this entire movie was shot in it was shot using generative AI tools. No actors, no traditional filming, no cameras. So the entire film was generated using Gen AI tools like DALI 2, and then DID was used to add movement to these images that were generated by DALI 2. So what did this prove? It demonstrated AI's capability to generate cohesive and visual storytelling while sparking crucial conversations about human AI creative collaboration. So it started as an 8-minute movie, and later on, are you able to see my screen? So yeah, it started as an 8-minute movie, but as the Gen AI technology kept evolving and becoming better, so more scenes were later on added to this movie, and then it became a 23-minute movie. This is available on YouTube. You can all, after this session, you can all go and watch this for yourself, and you will see a marked difference, uh, you know, in uh, in how the experience and the quality of the shots. That is because when the technology was new, the quality of the shots was not that great. But as the technology became better, you will see the experience and the quality, the overall experience of this movie improved vastly. So it's a very an important movie when it comes to uh, AI cinema. So it's not just filmmaking. I think Gen AI is used in a lot of creative pursuits. Entertainment, we talked about. Screenwriters, they can craft alternate endings and develop complex character arcs with AI's assistance. Then gaming, it can help in real time adaptive storylines that respond dynamically to individual player choices and behavior. uh, Somebody has developed recently somebody developed an AI dog which helps in gaming, which helps improve gaming experience itself. Then education, teachers, they create customized story-based lessons, educators, and compelling moral tales tailored to listeners, personalizing to their tastes. Uh, and then marketing, I think Gen AI is a kind of a shot in the arm for marketing, because brands need to develop authentic narratives, and that too in a faster growing marketing landscape. Uh, it, it it helps. Not just that, it also helps in creating engaging social media storytelling that could resonate with the audience. So there are tools like ChatGPT. How many of you have used Claude? I'm sure ChatGPT everyone has used. How many are using Claude? If you can write down in the chat, how many of you have used Claude? No one? Okay, which other tools do you use except for ChatGPT? Nobody has used Claude. Okay, that's strange. Uh, because Claude is, I think it's a wonderful writing tool. Then pseudo write, we spoke about. If you have to write the script, it's a favorite tool for fiction writers also. Novel AI is there also for interactive experience, and Storylab AI. These are all like good writing tools. So these platforms assist writers with plot creation, dialogue generation, and even tone adjustment, dramatically improving productivity while maintaining control. Canva, Gemini, Notebook LLM, Perplexity, good. Yeah, we need to, because the number of tools now is in hundreds and thousands, so we need to at least have know the basics of the best ones out there, right? Yeah, and many of you have been using. Like, glad that you have been using all these tools. Okay, so why entertainment is uniquely vulnerable? Because sorry, was somebody trying to speak? Okay, so why entertainment is uniquely uniquely vulnerable to to GenAI is because it's a uh, you know, uh, text-driven world, right? Any any video, visual, image, the text needs to be better, because if your script is not good, your overall videos, your overall images are not going to be good. Trust me, when it comes to GenAI. So text forms the basis of it. So stories, scripts, advertising, similar for advertising also, the copy is very important, and the reviews, they form the narrative foundation, right? If you have to develop a better narrative, you have to have a good script in your hand. Then it's a very visually rich medium, right? We like to see things, feel them, experience them, and there is a whole gamut of things that make a movie a good movie. The characters, the sets, the backdrops, the visual effects, like we spoke about, they constitute the major production elements, and Gen AI can help a lot in these aspects. Again, it's a very iterative, entertainment frequently builds upon and remixes past content, creating patterns that AI can learn from, right? So AI, like I said earlier, machine learning can learn from it, from previous behavior and build on that. Then cost pressured, we spoke about this again, emphasizing that studios demand lower costs and faster turnaround to remain competitive. It's a very competitive industry, so it matters, if you can complete the whole pre-production, production, and post-production within a stipulated time, right? So there are two expert perspectives when it comes to filmmaking, when using Gen AI in filmmaking, and these are very important aspects, because uh, what we have seen is, when Gen AI was being used in Hollywood, there were a lot of protests around using Gen AI. Some thought that it will replace actors, artists, and other people associated with the industry. So these two gentlemen, one is Jonathan Taplin. He's an American writer and film producer. He is kind of, very critical of using Gen AI in the industry. Uh, on the other hand, we have Wes Berquist. He's an AI researcher and director of the AI in Media project. He is kind of a what we call as the cautious optimist. Let's see, what both have to say about using Gen AI in the industry. So Taplin's critical concerns are that there could be copyright infringement at scale, because we right now already this industry is prone to copyright infringement, but AI will do that at scale, because Gen AI models train on everything available on the internet. And when you are using your story, your script, and feeding it into these systems, it can often disregard copyright protections and intellectual property rights of original creators. We saw that with the Ghibli AI, right? How many of you know about the Ghibli AI fiasco that happened? Anybody? Anyone who knows about why? I mean, I'm sure a lot of you have used Ghibli AI, right, to create those interesting avatars of yours and your loved ones, even your pets. But Ghibli AI had not given any permission or copyright to OpenAI to use that art. So because it was available, so OpenAI just lifted it, and then there were, ever since there has been a concern around, uh, how do we save the rights of the original creators, the intellectual property rights of the original creators. Then Taplin again, says that uh, Gen AI might actually accelerate formula over innovation. That is his concern. That he says that entertainment already suffers from excessive reliance on formulaic content, right? So, trained on existing patterns, it may worsen this trend rather than encouraging originality. A lot of stuff that we see online might start looking alike. Uh, start looking alike. Then there is displacement of human talent. Uh, just a second. So yeah, so a lot of these movies that you watch might start looking like a copy of each other. You might see similar things there. So then displacement of human talent, like I said, there has been a lot of there have been a lot of protests around that AI might threaten to replace writers, artists, other creative professionals, and impact their livelihood. And then it can also, he says that it will concentrate rewards further. He thinks that, uh, Gen AI could narrow, he says a small number of creators or film houses, they already capture disproportionate revenue in this industry. So Gen AI could narrow this funnel even more, uh, and benefiting the established players, while it could marginalize emerging voices. On the other hand, uh, the other gentleman, he's, like I said, he's optimist. So he says that Gen AI is already being, whatever you do, it is already being used now in production, particularly in post production, visual effects, streaming platforms, gaming. They are already using it. So why not, work with it rather than oppose it? But at the same time, he also acknowledges the real risk. He says that, there is a need to recognize these significant concerns, including because hallucinations, misinformation, lack of readiness among traditional studios to adapt this culture. So all these issues and ethical concerns are there, and he recognizes that. And he has a very balanced approach to it. He says that you don't have to use it as a replacement, but it could be used as a co-pilot. Gen AI, it could be used as a creative assistant, right? uh, so because current Gen AI functions, they best act as a collaborative tool rather than replacement. You can brainstorm, you can develop concepts, like we saw. You can refine your script or your storyboards, rather than, it totally replacing you. So then we come to the challenges and risks. What are the different challenges that we see are there? One is creativity and originality. Some of it we discussed already in the two perspectives. Gen AI can easily reinforce existing formulas and patterns, and potentially, hamper development of genuine new ideas. Job displacement, it's a huge concern. Everyone wants to secure their jobs before adopting any new technology. A lot of people may not be able to, because they may be at a stage of their careers where they may not be able to skill themselves with these tools. Then intellectual property disputes, uh, unresolved questions around training, data usage, and ownership. Who owns the generated outputs? Right now, you can say that I am a, somebody can say I own the writing rights for a particular movie, or I own the script right uh, for some movie. But if it is generated by Gen AI, who owns that legal right for that, right? Which kind of opens it for, uncertainty, right? Then there are reputational risks. We know, deepfake content, which we are going to go to later on, uh, misinformation and potential misuse. It threatens both individual creators and industry's credibility as well. You can easily use, say, uh, you know, even after some legendary actor has died, you can actually recreate their avatars and use them in the filmmaking. And then there will be issues, ethical, not just copyright issues, ethical concerns also. Then adoption barriers. Small studios, they lack software-centric culture and technical infrastructure that is needed for rapid AI adoption, right? Because using AI, it might sound easy, GenAI, but it's a lot of money. It will require a lot of infrastructure to be in place, especially for big projects. So while opportunities are substantial, there are certain risks which we need to be wary about. Hmm. Then, it also presents opportunities and potential benefits. We talked about cost savings in post production, visual effects, then democratization of creation, right? Anybody could become a filmmaker if they have the right skills and access to the tools. Rather than being a part of a big, well-funded studio, you can. So some people say that it can provide that level playing field. Uh, then it can help us experiment with storytelling. It could help us develop new forms of entertainment. Uh, it can also, there are always two schools of thought. They say that one says that creativity might be hampered. The other says that Gen AI can help as a work as a collaborator and help humans generate and refine ideas, leading to enhanced creativity. Okay, so that was AI use cases in filmmaking. Uh, Now we'll move to uh, AI in hospitality. So, I mean, hospitality, like entertainment sector, is also very adaptive, to technology, and it has to, especially after COVID-19, a lot of measures, were taken to, uh, you know, adapt technology where you could have touchless, whether be it touchless entry keys, right? uh, Virtual menus and others. So this industry has also been at the forefront of using technology uh, for better experience. And hospitality is a lot about experience, right? So how is hospitality sector using Gen AI? First of all, guest interaction. That's how it starts. Uh, ChatGPT and Rasa AI are very powerful tools, which can help for seamless reservations and concierge support, and they can be available 24/7. We've seen that if we make a booking for a hotel, if we kind of drop in an email that I need to check in early, I need a non-smoking room, I want a queen bed or a king size bed, I don't want twin shared beds. So all these queries can be funneled and channeled through Gen AI powered chatbots. You don't need to have a human because it's a very redundant task. And and what this also helps the hotel is to kind of store that information and learn uh, that your choices and personalize your experience when you book the next time. Then customer service, Heyday and Ada, these are two tools that provide automated platforms to resolve queries instantly. For example, if you wanted to cancel the booking or you wanted a change in the uh, booking dates, and you wanted a prompt response, so Heyday and Ada can help improve that interaction, make it faster. Then visual content, uh, like they say, if you have to sell, you have to be out there. And Midjourney and Dali imaging tools can help generate stunning marketing visuals for hospitality sector. Also, give a better sense of the interior design and boost advertising campaigns. Then written content, like I said, it forms the backbone of any marketing strategy. Copy and Jasper, I'll keep repeating. They create compelling promotional campaigns and personalized guest communication at scale. When you are a chain of hotels, so this can help you. One, it can help you personalize your communication, not just locally but at scale. So, what are which hotel brands are already using Gen AI in their workflows or their functioning? Marriott International has deployed AI chatbots that enhance booking and travel experiences through natural language interaction. Uh, so the system it analyzes customer feedback in real time, enabling kind of hyper personalization that we spoke about across their global portfolio of properties. Then Hilton Hotels, they launched Connie in collaboration with IBM. It's an IBM Watson powered robot concierge, which offers guests detailed information, directions, personalized local recommendations. When you go to a hotel, you want to know about, what are the landmarks nearby you can visit, right? That is where Connie can help. You want to know how far is the venue where you have to go. Connie can help. So this pioneering, implementation, it demonstrates how AI can be used to augment human hospitality rather than replace it. Then there is Cafe Rouge in UK. It uses Gen AI to create promotional activities, enticing menu descriptions. A lot of people go to a hotel when they see such visuals, they are tempted to uh, book those hotels or those properties, right? And that's where Gen AI can help. And their campaign actually, saw a measurable increase in customer engagement through AI-driven marketing creativity and faster content production. Uh, so additionally, if you see applications include, we talked about virtual concierge, providing around the clock assistance. We spoke about how they can provide personalized recommendation for dining and entertainment, marketing automation with dynamic pricing also. There are platforms like booking.com and Expedia and even Agoda. I mean, they are using generative AI extensively for your trip planning and personalized itineraries. You must have seen it, even GoIBibo and Yatra. If you have that app in your phone, they are using a lot of machine learning and Gen AI tools to uh, kind of give you a better experience. Uh, Sometimes they'll provide you a code, they'll provide you, uh, you know, uh, different benefits based on your usage, earlier usage. That is AI, at work. So, what are the key use cases that are reshaping this industry? Chatbots, we talked about virtual concierge, can be available 24/7, automated content creation, and personalized itineraries. I think we spoke this at length, so I don't need to repeat myself here. Then, what are some advanced AI capabilities? Language translation. This is very important. I think, uh, we all speak different languages, we speak different dialects. If you go to a new country, especially if you are in, say, Southeast Asia, uh, communication can be a barrier, right? So that is where, real-time translation tools can help. They can enable seamless interaction with international guests across multiple languages and cultural contexts, right? Then operational automation. It can help streamline back office processes, inventory management, administrative tasks. These are very mundane tasks, right? These anyway, were on the way to be automated. So AI is kind of accelerating that process. It was just a matter of time, and these tasks would be automated. Uh, then visual and video generation we spoke about, but uh, you can also enhance the experience of the customer by using virtual tours, right, of the property, or you can use a lot of immersive technologies using Gen AI uh, to improve their experience and also help them make that decision whether they should book that property or not. Predictive maintenance, these are using AI in monitoring equipment and facilities to anticipate issues before they impact guests, right? uh, because we complain a lot that this hotel has good service, that one has not. That is because those some of these hotels are not able to gauge the risks that could come up or issues that could come up. That is where AI can help. It can anticipate those issues upfront, and so that you are ready. By the time these problems arise, you have a solution at your hand, rather than making your guest wait for hours, or uh, which kind of puts them off, and next time they'll never book that property. So virtual concierge in action. It can help you prepare Yeah, so I was saying that it can help you prioritize which all cases require personal attention, and which all can be just taken up through the bot. Am I audible? Can you see my screen now? Okay, thank you. So, yeah. So, what are the measurable benefits and ROI when it comes to implementing generative AI in the hospitality sector? You will get better guest experience, because personalized service, faster response times, and seamless interaction. Obviously, it creates a memory, right? And drives loyalty. You will always go back to that property, which gives you good experience and better service. Then it also saves costs. It reduces a lot of operational expenses by automating a lot of tasks which are mundane. For example, optimize staffing, efficient resource allocation, and others. And when loyalty increases, of course, people are going to come back. So it will lead to increased revenue, right? Higher conversion rates through intelligent upselling, dynamic pricing, and targeted offering. And also, when you are providing them a great gateway into your property upfront, they are definitely going to book that property, rather than those where the experience doesn't look good. So, what are the strategic advantages here? One is faster marketing cycles, like we spoke about, and then deeper insights. These are two important things when it comes to hospitality sector. Now, like in the real world, in hospitality industry also, there are certain challenges and risks that we should be aware about. Uh, First is privacy and data protection. Uh, I mean, there's a need to ensure that uh, that data protection, a lot of data protection rights are there, is compliance there, and we maintain guest trust through transparent data handling, because a lot of your data, if it is going to be handled by the bots or by generative AI tools, where all will this data go, and how long will this data stay with the companies, and how are they going to use this data? Because data is the new gold, right? The companies, when they say that, there's a saying that when something is free, you're actually the product. So they are actually using your data. Then hallucinations and bias. Can anyone tell me what hallucination means in the chat? Do you know about what hallucination means? So hallucination is, yeah, somebody is, I think, writing. Yeah. So hallucination is basically when these AI tools, yeah, somebody rightly said, give wrong answers. But why are they giving wrong answers? They're giving wrong answers because either the data is incorrect, the prompt is incorrect, it's not able to make sense of the prompt, uh, or it doesn't have enough necessary data to make sense of it. So that is how hallucinations come in. And then bias, because humans are biased and the data being fed is from humans, so that bias can easily come into these AI systems. We'll see some examples of bias uh, in some time. So managing AI accuracy issues and addressing potential algorithmic biases